Testing 1, 2. right. Well, good evening. This is exciting. We're all back here in person, and it definitely feels different seeing everybody here, much better than from behind a screen. And you won't see like my baby kind of climbing all over me here. So, well, we'll go ahead and start the meeting at 6:15 p.m. And Dr. Reeks, would you like to lead with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, my pleasure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I suppose for official purposes, we'll do roll call still.
Okay. Dr. Laura Diaz,
Present.
Carmen Trujillo,
Present.
Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Regina Carrillo,
Present.
and Dr. Alicia Vink.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. And may I please have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I motion.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, and we will go ahead and move on to item A5.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board. Tonight, we're going to discuss several topics in, I would say, kind of a thematic agenda to discuss the return to what we're calling in-person instruction, which really is a combination of the governor's executive order, our own planning prior to the governor's executive order. I think some of that has been missed in the media, that we had an intentional plan to bring folks who were willing to come back to their classrooms and to their stations here within the district. And then our plan was to come back to the governing board when the metrics were a little more yellow. But the governor changed that. And so this work study session was already in the works, and it would have had originally would have had a different feel. But tonight we're going to be providing some updates, giving our governing board and our audience kind of what we're seeing in the moment, that we've been back for a couple of days, at least halftime, and to have a deep discussion about where we are at. So we're going to start with a kind of the background of our health and safety mitigation plan and our return to in-person instruction plan. And that is not going to take a long time because the governing board they've seen this about 3 times. So we're just going to kind of brief that. Then we're going to go into the learning option form. What are our parents saying about their students returning, and take a look at some numbers. And then we're going to talk a little bit about student voice. And we're going to round out this evening with some benchmark 2 data. So we have lots of folks that are going to help us present, but I want to thank you, governing board members, for being here in person. I appreciate your leadership and your alignment to the rest of the folks within the district. That sends a very powerful message, and it's a responsible thing to do. And I want to thank all of you who are going to present to us tonight. In brief, giving the governing board an opportunity to ask very important questions. So thank you for your time and attendance tonight too. With that, I will turn the meeting over to Mr. Quintana, who will kick us off with our health and safety mitigation and kind of where we are at on campus with regards to keeping everyone safe.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks, and good evening, governing board members and district colleagues and the community. We want to talk about the safety mitigation plan from the standpoint of more the implementation phase that we're going through now as a result of obviously returning our students back to school. And we've been working on this plan for a long time. And now it came to the point that we had to put it in place. And I have to say, I think we feel it has gone pretty well this first week. And we want to focus today our discussion and presentation on what we've done so far in the last couple weeks to implement the plan, and also in working with our principals. Each school has a designated safety manager that's helping us implement the plan, and we're getting together at least once a week at this point to talk about how things are going with the plan, and to obviously keep everybody safe. And so with that, we have uh, Chris Walford that's going to present to us some topics that have been kind of top of mind since we began the planning of reopening our schools. And there's some topics that have come up kind of more frequently. And so we want to give you an update on those topics, what we're doing with them, and how we're going to carry those out as we go forward. And so, and again, I do want to thank also the principals and the safety managers at the schools, because without them, these plans would not have worked. And so I think as a result of that, things have gone very well. And we feel that we kept the students and staff, very safe and as safe as possible. And that again could not be done without the efforts and the work of the principals and the safety managers, and their staff as well. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Chris Walford. He's our Director of Plant Services, and he's going to present on these topics that I mentioned earlier. And also, I think they're running a little bit late, but we do expect a couple of leadership folks from Healthy Verify that have also been very involved with us through the whole time on developing and implementing this plan. And I think they're just running a little bit late, but they should be here also to help us, answer any questions that you might have as a board. And so, also I have to add again, Mr. Walford is the Director of Plant Services. And with that comes a lot of responsibilities, transportation, facilities, and he's been a key point in a contact for this whole safety mitigation plan, especially when it comes to transportation, the facilities, the cleanliness, and so forth, disinfecting. And so, want to thank you as well for that, Chris, and carry on. Thank you.
The safety mitigation plan. Oh, thanks, Randy. So tonight we just wanted to go over some of the key topics, some of the things that have kind of come up since we've implemented this plan, and I wanted to revisit some of those things with you because, like Martine said, we presented this a few times. Back in December, I presented some of these key items, so I just think it's good to have a refresher, let everybody know what's going on, give an update on some of the hot topics. So tonight we'll be going through a few of those things. I'm going to go ahead and get us started. The first thing is classroom capacity and the spacing of desks. So for our mitigation plan, we're implementing 6 foot of distance in between students at their desks. In our mitigation plan, we call for this for up to 6 feet of distance. New studies indicate that 3 to 6 feet of distance is safe and appropriate when possible. So as we've been implementing this plan and going around and measuring and distancing classrooms, we are a little challenged in certain areas for capacity. Certain classrooms are smaller than others. Certain classrooms can only hold up to so many students based on the distancing. So to look at it is those lines from our partners in Healthy Verify and implementing the 4 foot distance when possible. We're still setting the benchmark that we need to adhere by 6 feet of distance when possible, but if it will cause capacity issues or put a strain on curriculum, then we are allowing that to be tapered back a little bit. And this is based on studies that have come out, and our partners in Healthy Verify can clarify a little more on that if you have further questions. Also, as an added layer in the classrooms, we have the desk partitions which are available for staff and students, and that is an extra layer of security that we've implemented for staff and students in conjunction with the classroom capacity of distancing. Health checks and screenings. Right now, we are doing temperature checks on all students, and they're happening in a variety of different ways. They're either happening inside the classrooms with the teachers, or they're happening as soon as the students are dropped off, or at the entrance gates of the schools. And from what we've seen this week, it has been going very well. Each class or each grade was provided 2 thermometers per grade, so every staff member at the schools are provided with enough to conduct these temperature checks throughout the day. Next is playground equipment and recess. So as it stands, equipment for the playground is closed. So, what we've decided is, like Martine was saying, we're going to meet once a week with the healthy safety managers and principals to discuss what's working well, what's not working well. In these discussions that we'll have, we're going to revisit some of these items and see where we can maybe dial things back if we can do it in a safe and healthy environment. Playground equipment is one of those things. Right now, we're trying to discourage anything where there would be a lot of high touch areas. So until we can implement a safe disinfecting schedule that will work in between cohorts, we're limiting the use of playground equipment. That's not to say that recess is limited. We are allowing recess right now, but in doing so, we are encouraging the students to stay within their cohorts, and also we're discouraging close interactive activities, sports and things of that nature. So it's good for the students to get outside, get a fresh breath of air, but we are discouraging team sports and anything that would go against the 6 foot of distancing that we're trying to implement. Meals for students. Right now, all students are eating in the classroom. Again, this is another topic we will revisit as we are implementing the plan over the next few weeks. We will look at other options and how we can safely dial some of these things back. And those are, examples would be eating outside in an open area where there's more fresh air, more open space, or if we can safely distance inside the cafeteria, we'll revisit those type of options. But for now, all meals are inside the classrooms. Special areas, music, arts, PE, band, choir, drama, all of these continue to be in a virtual format for now. We want to discourage things that would cause a student to exhale loudly or get into a situation where they're breathing heavily. We want to discourage that at all costs at this point. So these activities remain virtual. This is also something we'll take into consideration as we move forward. And if we can safely implement a scenario where we can start to introduce, choir or instruments that will, breathe through and take more breath to use, if we can safely implement that, that's something we'll look forward to doing in the next 3 to 4 weeks. Cleaning and disinfecting. Right now, we have a cleaning schedule that custodial staff is adhering to. CDC recommends that there is a deep disinfecting that takes place at least once a day. Most sites are doing twice a day. We're doing it once in the morning, once at night. We originally wanted to do this every 3 to 4 hours, but we found out that it was going to be disruptive to curriculum. So we want to follow CDC guidelines and provide at least one day or once a day a deep disinfectant. And based on the feedback that we're getting, once in the beginning and once at the end of the day, it seems to be working out pretty well. We are using the Karcher machine, which uses a NeuroQuat disinfectant. This is a quick drying time. It's a spray mister that we spray over the desks, the tables, everything that's inside the classrooms. It takes about 10 minutes to completely dry, and then it can be used again. Air quality and ventilation. We've done a few different things here that I was heavily involved in. We used some outside engineers to help us assess our HVAC systems in the schools. The first thing we did was we upgraded the filters inside all of the schools. We currently use a MERV 11, and we upgraded to a MERV 13. And without boring you with the details, it's a higher grade filter that is known to improve the air quality in the systems. And it's a CDC recommendation that we are abiding by. Along with that, we're following CDC recommendations of introducing more outside air into the classrooms. We currently are on an EMS system, which is energy management systems. The whole district has this system, and we are able to manually override the outside airflow. And we have set these dampers, as they're called, to 25%. So we have constant 25% outside airflow at all times. Most of these systems are based on occupancy levels. We've overridden that, and we're following CDC guidelines to have continuous airflow throughout the classrooms to provide fresh air. In conjunction with that, we are installing the needlepoint bipolar ionization systems. I know that's a tongue twister, but needlepoint bipolar ionization systems is a device that is installed at the HVAC unit. And this is scientifically proven to capture and kill the COVID virus as it goes through our systems. We currently have 5 schools that already have this installed. We plan to have the rest of the schools all installed by summer. For visitors and volunteers, right now, visitors are allowed in the front office and nowhere past that. But volunteers are allowed throughout the site if they're assisting with essential functions that are related to the COVID-19 mitigation plan. That's it. So I'd be happy to take any questions at this point, but that wraps up my presentation for the mitigation plan. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments for this portion of the plan?
No questions, Dr. Diaz. Just comments. Mr. Walker, is it Walker, right? Or Walward?
Walvard.
Say
Walvard. Sorry, I know. That's a tough
Wahlberg?
one, too. Walvard.
Walberg.
Close.
Can spell it out for me. But I'm sorry about that. But again, just a comment in general to the whole district, right? Everyone, our admin, our staff, from our cabinet level positions, those individuals here tonight, and from our maintenance staff, those who have been working since March, since schools have been closed, since teachers have been working from home, is a huge thank you to everybody. A huge thank you. I know as a teacher teaching in the classroom, seeing the maintenance staff at our work, the amount of effort that you are all putting into making sure that our teachers, our parents, our students feel comfortable with this, despite this executive order, feel comfortable coming and bringing their kids onto this campus, into the classrooms. And as Dr. Weeks had put it, that we've been preparing this for well over a year since the pandemic started, right? And it wasn't something captured accurately in the media, but also it's that we know that we've been preparing for this with the bipolar ionization system with Healthy Verify. So I want to thank the cabinet for helping set up this process and augment this process, because we knew eventually we were going to reopen. It was inevitable. And with our staff getting vaccinated, we are in a safer position. And just with everything that you've been doing and presenting here tonight, it does help relieve a lot of the stress and frustration that many teachers, parents, and students might be feeling, have been feeling throughout this whole pandemic, as this decision has come about unexpectedly. So thank you. Thank you to everybody.
I absolutely agree with Mr. Carrillo and incredibly grateful. I have just a couple of questions. I am wondering, when you say reassess for a couple of things like the cafeteria or the playground, what does that mean? What are you going to be looking for? Are you going to be looking for whether we've had cases, or can you tell me a little bit more
Yeah.
about what that?
Sure.
will
No,
look like?
good question, Dr. V. Thank you. Members of the governing board. So the plan is to meet weekly. We want to take a look at what's working, what's not working, what are some things that we need to dial back down, some things that we need to maybe reinforce. So in the 3 to 4 weeks, we want to give our plan some time to saturate, time to let it really sink in. And at that point, we can take a look at some of the recommendations that have been made by our partners at Healthy Verify, and see if there's anything that we can kind of fine tune to put us in an environment where we can use the cafeteria now if we safely social distance. We've eliminated some of these things to put in place so we can adhere to the strongest policy we want to implement. So when I say what can we take a look at changing, it's can we dial those things back safely based on recommendations and what we've been advised by our team, our partners at Healthy Verify.
Okay, so you're meeting with Healthy Verify and the school sites weekly, or just Healthy Verify, or? is that-
No, so we're meeting weekly with the principals and then their designated safety managers.
Okay,
Yeah, they will meet with the safety mitigation team every week. We meet with Healthy Verify maybe once a month to kind of go over protocols and for updates and things like that. But the weekly meetings will be conducted with principals and the safety managers.
okay, thank you. And then is the playground closure a Healthy Verify recommendation?
No, I think that's something we wanted to implement first, and the recommendation was if we can schedule a disinfecting in between with the cohorts, it would be a recommendation that we could implement later on. It's something we wanted to discourage at first because high-touch areas, like I was saying, we want to stay away from until we know that we're in a place where we can take these recommendations to another level.
I see.
Yeah, if I can, Dr. Baker, if I could add to that, I mean, that's correct, what Chris said. The idea was that from the beginning, that, we want to provide the most conservative, safety measures in place and that we can put in place. So that's what we decided, instead of just letting kids go on the playground, we want to get an opportunity to come into to the classes and then, let things kind of bed out for a couple of weeks. And what Healthy Verify mentioned to us is that as long as, if the playground is going to be used, as long as it's used in cohorts that are only one cohort at a time, and also that it's cleaned after each cohort uses it, it's cleaned and disinfected, and then next cohort can use it after a few, after some time. So that is a recommendation that Healthy Verify made, and so as in the next 2-3 weeks, we'll be looking to implement that, that part of it, as long as we can assure ourselves that those things will be followed before we have the kids using them.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana. I understand that, and I think that I'm just looking at, I think further on tonight, we have a presentation about where the kids, what they were feeling about returning to school. And I know one of the high things on there is socializing and being with their friends. So the playground reopening is probably a part of that, especially, and eating in the cafeteria as well. So I'm glad to see that there's a plan to reassess. My last question is maybe not necessarily a question, but a thought is the reducing the distance to 4 feet. I'm just wondering what the teacher response has been to that, and if there were significantly more kids in some classes than maybe they were expecting, just because we had maybe given our teachers the impression that they were definitely going to have the 6 feet, and I understand guidance has changed, but I don't think that it's just about the 6 feet for necessarily virus transmission. It's 6 feet because there's a lot of more work happening in these classrooms right now. So to have that reduced capacity is going to make things a little bit more doable for our teachers too. So again, not really sure that was a question, just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, can I provide a little clarity based on my observations? Would that be okay, Mr. Quintana?
Sure.
So specific to playgrounds, there's playground fields and there's playground equipment. And the playground equipment is the one that I think, Chris, you've been talking about. The playground fields, Dr. Vink, are open to cohorts for the students. So the students are getting out of the classroom and they're using a portion of the playground fields. So the fields are actually laned out. And so the kids are issued, or not all kids, but as the equipment comes in, the kids are issued playground equipment specific to their cohort, and then they're released to the field to go outside and play. So the kids are not in the classroom all day. They go out and they have playtime. Mr. Wolford, I think what you're talking about is the playground equipment, like swings and that kind of thing, which requires that we clean and disinfect that equipment before each cohort comes out to touch that equipment. So that equipment is kind of parsed off, but the field lanes are available for the kids. So that's what we have going on there. And in terms of the what I've observed with regards to the number of students, I believe the health and safety plan says 4 to 6 feet when you have shields on the desks and masks on the faces. That's what gives you that extra layer of protection when you reduce the distance. Dr. Vink, what I've observed on campuses is all the campuses have capacity for what we call overflow rooms. And so overflow rooms are being used on the campuses when we have the available adults to be able to support those overflow rooms, because our campuses are at about 54% capacity. So we do have classroom space for that. So what I've observed is most of the classes that I've seen are at 6 feet. The last observation I made was today, talking to the folks in transportation, and that is they haven't had to do those double up runs that you may have seen in the media. We have about 600 odd kids that are using our buses now, And Armando tells me that they've only had to make single runs because they are able to put 15, 16 kids on a bus. So the social distancing plan is per letter of the health and safety plan when it comes to transportation. Those are the things that I've observed. I just wanted to kind of add to the conversation.
I had just a comment. I first want to thank everybody who has played a role in this. It's, I think we can often miss out on really recognizing the work that's being done behind the scenes, but the work that you guys are doing, it's a foundation to making sure that our kids can be in school and our teachers can teach. So thank you. I just want to say that I am all about innovation and always doing forward thinking. And I think one of the positive things about COVID, if there is a positive thing, is that it's forced us to reimagine what we could be doing. And the fact that we're reassessing, our air quality and just infrastructure that we never would have looked at, I think is great because it makes our environment for the kids that much better. And I would love to see these types of practices continuing even past COVID, just continuing to assess what our infrastructure looks like and where we can continue to improve and be the best. So thank you.
I have a quick question. Thank you for the update on the lowering, we're going 4 to 6 feet, but how about, I guess, how many classrooms does that pertain to? Is it more than half, or is it just like a few at each campus? What does that smaller, what does that even look like?
Oh, no, good question, Mr. Hugh, and members of the governing board. Right now, we don't have too many. It's sort of certain areas are challenged, like Dr. Weeks stated. What we've observed is most classrooms can adhere to this. We just want to know what the studies are shown, what the recommendations were, and if there is any availability to do that. So we haven't really had too many classrooms not be able to adhere to that. I would say 90% are actually meeting these requirements, and it's still on a as-needed basis. But for the most part, as we've observed, we haven't had too many challenges with this. It's just been orchestrating it and implementing it at this point.
So my follow-up to that would be, I know my son in particular would be out there with the tape measure. So do we have any conversations going on about how we're going to tell the kids, that science does support what we are doing if we do have to lower it, so kids aren't freaking out, silently, I guess. Do we have any news on that from teachers, I guess?
Not that I'm aware of. Denise, can I pass that off to you? Is there any plans for that?
Yes, President Diaz, Ms. Trujillo, governing board members. We had a PowerPoint put together specifically for students that our teachers presented. So our students understand these safety and mitigation protocols. We also have a video that we're going to show later that shows the kids, it's a video that teaches the students about the protocols, how to stay 6 feet apart, etc. So we'll be sharing that with you in just a little bit.
Great to hear. Thank you guys very much.
Are there any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next part of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris, there's actually a PowerPoint that Dr. Brown is going to go through. regarding our return to in-person instruction and what the teaching and learning looks like. As we're pulling that up, I'd just like to say it's been an absolute thrill to see students back in classrooms. Makes my heart warm, feeds my soul. I love seeing their smiles. I love seeing them running around on the playground. I actually paused for quite a long time when I got out of my car yesterday just to watch them run around in the field over at Emerson. Brings tears to my eyes, actually. It's great to see the kids back. So we're doing really well. And Dr. Brown's going to update you on our instruction, the teaching and learning part.
You want to do it now, the video?
Yeah, we'll start with the video.
Okay. You want to play it?
I got it. Perfect. I got it. Okay. Thank you, Troy. All right, good evening, governing board members, Madam Board President. I'm so excited to finally actually get to see people and welcome you officially to Phoenix Elementary School Board. I'm Shalman Brown. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm excited to talk to you about our return to learning plan, but I think the transition was perfect. We all want to know, what does it look like for the students? And so I have to give credit to the Whittier staff for their creativity in creating this video that sort of highlights for the kids, what does it look like when I come to school? What's my day supposed to look like, and how do I make sure that I'm safe? So again, this was Whittier School who created this video. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you, Whittier. So it's about 6 minutes long, and I'm gonna play the whole thing if it's okay, so you can just see what that day looks like.
Wet your hands first. Good, you're nice and wet. Now I want you to soak them up. Really good. Lots of soap. Now I want you to scrub them. And I use this song to help. Top and bottom, top and bottom. In between, rub them all together, squeaky clean, great, now I want you to rinse real good. Good job. Come on over and dry your hands.
All right, so that's just a sneak peek at what one school came up with. All of our sites have done something a little bit different to reintroduce their students, but I thought that was a really strong example of how we're really supporting our students and making them feel welcome, but also comfortable with safety rather than it having to feel like a scary thing.
Dr. Brown, I have a question, and you might not know this, so I might have to contact our principal at Whittier. Do you know if the young man in there was a teacher or is that a student?
I don't know who the star was. I can find out.
He looks exactly like my former 7th grade student, so I'm just
Oh, wouldn't
wondering.
that be a small world? I'll find out.
Okay,
I will definitely find that out.
thank you.
And I have to say, having kids on campus again and the things I'm hearing from teachers, we know it's scary. We know it was a huge undertaking, but we also know that our adults are happy to see the kids and the kids are happy to see their adults, and our kids online are at least still finding ways to connect with the in-person students. And so to that end, I'm just thrilled that we were able to pull this off. And so I just want to highlight a couple of reminders of what our return to in-person instruction plan looked like. As a reminder, this plan has gone through several iterations before we landed on a final version, and the final version was one that was recommended by our Student Learning Task Force. And so we had a team of teachers, IEISs, some of my core CNI team, a coordinator, and we tried to pull together as many different groups to represent different employee groups and positions to make sure that we were trying to come up with a plan that would work for the majority of folks, if not everyone. Thank you. There was also an executive committee that met after the task force met, and that was just to double check and make sure that everything we wrote up reflected the intent of what we thought the group decided. If you've been part of group work, you know that sometimes you think you're on the same page, and then 2 days later, that's not what I meant. So the executive group had teachers and principals, and then one member of my team and our student success coordinator, just to make sure that we were true to the intent of the committee. What we came up with was what we referred to as Still United as One. That was the concurrent classroom model with a target of having 2 adults per classroom, and we were going to use distance learning tracking cameras so that we could project students into the classroom, and those students could also see what was happening from home. Just full transparency, disclosure, there was a hiccup with the cameras, and so while they arrived, there was a technical issue that our amazing MIS team asked all the right questions. The vendor just didn't deliver exactly what we were promised. And so they've been meeting with them since they arrived. And so we hope to have an update soon, but they did arrive, but they're not in teachers' classrooms at this moment, other than the ones that we had from the pilot. So our teachers are adjusting and working with the cameras that are on their computers for the most part. So hopefully we'll have a final answer on how they've resolved that matter so that they can be usable for you, and we'll make sure to include that in a board update once we know what the resolution is. The Mondays return to our early release schedule, and those were synchronous live instruction. We haven't had a Monday yet, but this upcoming Monday will be our first official Monday where we have students live with an early release. And our families were going to have the option to choose either in-person or online instruction for each of their children. As you saw in the video, safety is always going to be our highest priority for our students and our staff. And so our schools went to extensive efforts to make sure that they set up their classrooms, as Mr. Wolford mentioned, to make sure that whatever needed to happen at each individual campus reflected the needs of that campus, which is why I can't give you a standard. Every classroom looks like this because they met with the principals and set up classrooms that really worked for our students. So safety is highest priority so that students can then feel comfortable learning. So as a reminder of our proposed model, you are either full-time inline or full-time online or full-time in-person. Online instruction was still getting you that live teacher interaction. Sites have done this a couple of different ways depending on how large the staff is. And so in some cases, there are sections where it might only be an online section for 6th grade math, and then I'm teaching my in-person students depending on how the rotation worked out. Others have done a model where students are projecting in and out, but the online students still get a full educational experience every single day, so their parents know that they're getting that consistent delivery regardless of what mode they chose. Our in-person learning, again, full-time instruction 5 days a week as well, while we are safely maximizing the benefits of that collaboration that's a little bit harder to achieve sometimes in an online setting. We realize that it's a challenge for our teachers to balance both the online and the in-person, and so they're working hard and are excited, and I'm frankly pretty confident in their ability to find ways to engage their online students and their in-person at the same time, but it's a challenge that we're also prepared to support them through and to continue brainstorming ideas with them if they do come to our team with any needs. So what does this look like if you're a student? This is not a Phoenix Elementary classroom, but it is sort of the concept where you may walk into a room and you may see students on the Zoom or on the smartboard or on the whiteboard while they are socially distanced, the ones who are in class. You will see the online students in the classroom, and the teacher ideally is free to move around a little bit so that they're not having to sit at their computer the entire time for the entire school day. The additional adult in most situations would be situated near a computer so they can make sure that they're letting students in and out of Zoom rooms. If they see a student raising his or her hand and the teacher may not notice, then that other teacher or that other staff member can alert the teacher. So that's how that tag team approach works to the benefit of the students. And what those 2 adults looks like really depends on what school you're at and what classroom you're in. And so we are pulling pretty much anyone who's available at schools for that. And so each of our sites have come up with their own model that works. It depends on the grade level and the school, but from what we're hearing from all of our principals, in some situations, they're able to have an IA in the classroom who can help out with that management. We have hourly staff, our peer staff, who also really stepped up and supported our learning labs, have now been reassigned and they're helping out in our classroom. So huge thank you to the peer staff because they've really been, as you said, Mr. Carrillo, going above and beyond since the very first day. And they're right back in there in the classrooms, excited to be around kids nonstop. We have some co-teaching models happening where we've got teachers who the science teacher may deliver his lesson to a large group of 7th graders to 1 or 2 sections, while the math teacher for that 7th grade team manages the online piece. And then the math teacher may deliver the instruction while the science teacher is managing the online piece. So we're seeing a lot of great partnerships happening, but that was happening before we had those partnerships, and now they're thinking differently about what those partnerships look like. And finally, some folks are departmentalizing a bit more. Sorry, I just noticed there's right through the screen. They're departmentalizing a little bit more so that they can have some of that intentional sectioning and share the adults a little bit more effectively so that they can manage that 2 adults per classroom as much as possible. So that is probably the shortest version of that presentation I think I've ever given, but I'm always happy to answer more questions or to field additional questions as they pop up over the next couple weeks as we learn more.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Are there any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam President. I thank you, Dr. Brown, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you for the wonderful work that you're doing in terms with curriculum and instruction. All these modes are wonderful. It's wonderful that our teachers have these modes to work with in terms of providing curriculum, in terms of providing instruction. My only question is for the online when the teachers are having to teach in person and then having their online students. The question is, what flexibility do they have with the online students? Are the online students on, say, ELAs from 8 to 9:30? Are the online students on for that whole hour? Is that the expectation? Or do teachers have flexibility in terms of the time that they have with those online students, and then they can like do a release model?
Gotcha, great question. There's flexibility for the teachers. And so you may have a situation where I'm teaching, we'll say band, and we may have a situation where I'm talking to everyone. So I'm projecting because I'm a special area. So I'm projecting into a space. My online students are watching that mini lecture. We're all getting the same instruction. And then that teacher may say, now I want you to go work on this thing, or I want you to go practice this thing we just talked about. And so it would be between the teacher and the student to say, and then check back in 15 minutes or check back in later on this afternoon and let me know if you need help with something. So in some situations, depending on the day and depending on the school, the student may be logged in for the entire class period. Let's say we're talking middle school. In other cases, the teacher might say, I recorded this lesson for you today. Watch the lesson for the first 20 minutes of class. And then that teacher, and so the online student may be watching their own lesson on the video while the teacher is delivering some direct instruction to the kids who are in person. Now the kids in person go to do their independent work. So now I hop on my Zoom and I might say, now what questions do you have? Let me provide that support. So there are many ways that this can look across our campuses, and it kind of just comes down to what our teachers are comfortable with and what works for our students.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Madam Chair, I do have a comment. I would just like to thank you, Dr. Brown, for your presentation. And I want the room to recognize that we just brought adults back on Monday, the 15th. Students just came back yesterday for half day, and we're in our, today's the 18th. What I've seen on campus is nothing short of phenomenal. One of the advantages that Phoenix Elementary has is our experienced staff. From tip to toe, we have one of the best retention records of any school in the district in the state of Arizona, and that's come in handy during this time. We have academic and education. We have health and safety and academic leaders all over the place in this district. And what I'm seeing is that we are a family of critical thinkers, problem solvers, and that's what I've seen over the last few days in this district. I've seen it all along, but specifically over the last few days, just incredible critical thinking, execution of best practice. And then when these committees get together, they're sharing out these best practices so that they can learn from one another, which will even strengthen what we've got cooking here. So I just wanted to kind of shout that out, that we are in a very good place because of who we are and our identity as a district. Placing students at the center of our decision-making has been extremely effective as we return to this model of instruction. So we need to really praise our Phoenix L family here, Mr. Carrillo, and I appreciate you kicking that off. The other thing that I'm hearing on campuses is they really appreciate the board's decision to go with the half days. Because with the half days, you can get into some of this, and then you can come back at the end of the day and you can reflect and adjust, and then do it again, and then do it again. And then by the time we get back to Tuesday, we'll be in a better position. So as we come together as a whole team, I want to thank you, governing board members, for leaning into that half-day model. It's been very effective so far.
I have a question, follow-up question, and we might not know the answer to this yet. The hybrid model that we're using, is this something that we'll continue to use come fall, or does that just depend on where we're at with COVID?
So do you want me to tackle this one, Dr. McLaughlin? Okay, so currently we don't have a funding model from the state that allows for hybrid. So students would either need to be part of an AOI, an approved online school, or they would need to be in person. With that said, I do think that we're learning a lot about best practice and how we can be more innovative, as you said, in how we deliver instruction. So while we don't plan to have a hybrid model that looks like it looks right now, I think we will definitely rethink how we deliver instruction moving forward.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. The video was wonderful. That's absolutely something that I was hoping to see. I am wondering if, yes, if we are moving forward, well, even in the fall, I think our schools are probably going to look a lot like they do now. So I'm hoping that all of our schools, is it possible for district to help them each have a video like that, so that if we do have more students coming onto our campuses, if hybrid isn't an option, but we still have these protections in place, then we have those videos.
Dr. Brown, can I take that one?
Sure.
Okay. Part of our PBIS, or positive behavior intervention supports, is to have videos like that to show students expectations. So that's very much a part of every school's plan. That was just one example. So at the beginning of every year, they do videos. Sometimes they have a ton of fun with them and they're very comedic, but the kids understand the expectations because of those videos.
Awesome. Yep. And then my other question was trying to ensure we have 2 adults in each classroom. Have we been pulling our social workers at all for that, or are they able to continue with their general?
I know Ms. Wadley will be soon presenting, but our social workers, we protect their time because they really need to focus on the mental health of our students, the social emotional learning piece. So they should not be involved in instruction.
Beautiful. And then, I'm sorry, the last question I had is, I am really concerned about the camera situation, and just wondering, I'm sure everybody is. I'm just wondering how, I guess a little bit more specifically, we are currently, until those cameras are working, supporting our teachers and our students in that online and in classroom format until those cameras arrive.
Great question. And teachers, because I know you're watching right now, I'm not saying every single teacher looks this way, because I'm sure it looks different from classroom to classroom, but we do have problem solvers and innovators. And so while it's not ideal, they have sort of grown accustomed to having either 2 computers up or a camera that's here while I write on the board behind me at my house. And so our teachers are now quasi experts at limited motion while reaching out to people. So the biggest challenge with not having the tracking cameras is really that they can't move as freely around the classroom at a time that they need their online students to be able to see as well. So instruction can still go on as scheduled. The teachers can still move, particularly if you're talking to online students at one point and while in-person students are doing their independent work time and then flipping it so you still have some motion at the same time. I know in some of our schools, the teacher is essentially doing the Zoom style lesson and the students are on the computer in the classroom as well as the students at home. So when they project something on the whiteboard that they would have done via the Zoom whiteboard or Google Classroom, all students are still seeing the same thing and the teacher is able to remain near his or her camera because it's the same approach that the students are already comfortable and familiar with. And our students do have their laptops at school, even our in-person students. So in some classrooms, that's another way that it might look.
Do we have any sort of timeline for when this situation will be remedied?
I do not have a concrete timeline, no.
Thank you.
I know that as recently as this afternoon, there were conversations with the vendor, but I don't have the update from that yet.
Are there any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, Dr. Diaz, this is a follow-up with what you had pointed out with the innovation and what Dr. McLaughlin had pointed out for the AOI model, is when we are thinking of that somewhere along the lines of in the future, as we progress with online instruction, is what is the funding for online instruction? I know currently it's 95%. I don't know if that's still true with the executive order, and how that's changed things.
As far as we know, it will be 95%, and that means that we get, that money goes into our M&O. So each student that decides to attend the Phoenix #1 I Academy, which is the name of our AOI, that's been fully approved by our State Board of Education, we will get money at 95% for each student.
Thank you. That answers the question.
Okay.
Mr. Carrillo, I think you asked what the funding source will be used to support the AOI?
No, it's what it current is, but I know that as we continue to talk about this, that'll be another question that I ask. So just as we think about going in the future.
Okay.
Will we have I guess as it gets closer, are we gonna have a presentation on our AOI and just the plans for that? And I ask because working at ASU and being very close to understanding the intricacies of an AOI through ASU Prep Digital, it is immensely difficult to do it well. It is an art, and I want us to make sure that we have the right online curriculum that is adaptive and that is going to not just, it's not something that our kids can click through. I think that if we don't have plans to consult ASU, we definitely should, because they have, over 30 years of expertise in this.
Yep. And we are very appreciative of our partnership with ASU Prep Digital. We've had quite a few conversations, Dr. McLaughlin and I, as early on as when everything first shut down, we went right away, what are you doing? How do we even do this in an emergency distance learning capacity? And so I do anticipate and I'm looking forward to continuing to keep them as thought partners, because as you said, if we are launching our I Academy, it needs to be the best of the best, and it needs to be an engaging and thoughtful and intentional experience for our students and families.
Thank you.
Dr. Brown, I hope this question is relevant to you, because I'm kind of thinking it might go back to Mr. Waldrop's presentation, but what does the communication pathway look like between district and our teachers and everything for feedback on how things are going? I'm assuming it pertains to those weekly meetings that were going on, but just wanted your guys' perspective on what you guys have planned or implemented for having those conversations to be able to get back to the board.
So I can't speak on the piece that you're welcome to chime in on as far as the safety side of things. On the CNI side of the house, as far as how are things going, how's it working? If you've stopped by a school yesterday, you would have, or even this morning or this afternoon, you more than likely would have seen a member of my team at the school standing in the middle of the freeway with signs to help get kids across campus and welcoming them onto campuses, because we are really trying to be present and visible so that the staff at the sites know that even though our offices are here, these are our kids and you are our teachers as well. And so our hope is that throughout this entire time, we will really continue to build our reputation as a customer service focused team, which means that you can expect to see us appearing more often, but we also have our tech integration team. I'll highlight, they did a presentation for you. They have been doing office hours prior to reopening, but then even as recently as this week, they probably doubled or tripled the number of hours that they offered, so that if a teacher needed help setting something up, they could just log on. And I got kicked out of, I hopped on a meeting to try and talk to my team about something, and nope, a teacher popped in, so I was out, as it should be, because I can find them after that emergency moment is over. And so that's the type of support and the types of check-ins that we hope to continue to offer. We are looking forward to, on some of these early release days, offering office hours with CNI staff as well for content areas. So our biggest hope is to just be as available as possible and to really build up that rapport so that it's not that CNI is the other, and so that we always have our hand, sorry about that, so that we always have an eye and an ear to the schools and know what teachers are thinking in that moment, rather than only what we collect when we send out a form, because sometimes we hear a whole lot more just having a conversation with a teacher than they're sometimes able to type out when we send out our forms from time to time. And did you want more on the safety side, or is that really what your biggest side of it was?
I'm going to listen more to what presentation's going, but thank you
Okay.
for that visual. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't have, my computer died, so I don't have the agenda, but we'll go ahead and move on to the next agenda item.
Troy, did you have an update on the cameras?
Yes. You want me to? Okay. Yeah, so we got off the phone with the vendor just shortly before this meeting started. So I do have a little bit of an update. So there was 2 issues with the cameras, actually 3 issues. FedEx had our delivery date for Friday, but they didn't show up until Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon. And there was no cables in the boxes, so we couldn't plug them in. They were going to overnight us some cables, but we worked with our technology integration team to look at the cameras, because the cameras, that's one of them right there, was actually a little bit different than it's a newer model than the ones we demoed. It didn't work as well. So it has a new tracking algorithm. They don't work well with mass. So the older model actually just was a silhouette tracking, and it works great. And these work great without the masks, but obviously we're all wearing masks now. And also it wasn't quite as plug and play. They're more advanced, but it's more work for the teachers to get them kind of up and going. And so we just weren't as happy with these cameras as the older model. So the vendor is looking into getting us some of the older ones if they have them available. They don't have 250, but they have hopefully a smaller amount that we can get out to our teachers that need them the most right now, and then more will come in as they get them. They also have a new camera that is a little bit cheaper than these, but they were designed specifically for classrooms, and we're hoping that we can get some of those in as well. They're shipping out very, very soon, so they were going to try to secure some of those. And we saw a demo of those this afternoon, and they were pretty cool. They're very easy to use for the teachers. Not as many features, but we don't need all the fancy features that these give us. So that's the latest. More info to come probably tomorrow morning, as the vendor's going to get back with us to see if they can secure us some of the older cameras. Oh, any questions about that? Sorry.
Thank you, Troy. And Denise, before we move on to our next section, Mr. Quintana, I know that our guests have arrived. So if governing board members have questions for our guests from Healthy Verify before we move on to the next section, they're available. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Weeks. We have Dr. Anna Moran here with us and also Eric Hill. They're both with the Healthy Verify, and they've been very involved with us, obviously, through this time. And but also to the question that was brought up earlier about the meetings with with Healthy Verify, the kind of the formal meetings do happen about once a month or so, but also they've also spent some time with us in doing walkthroughs through the schools. And that's times where Dr. Moran would join us in those walkthroughs with the schools, and also some that are done virtually. And so we had a few of those, and those will probably continue for a few of the more of the schools. And also they've been doing a very good job of keeping updated with all the procedures and protocols, with the CDC and other studies, and they've been able to keep us updated on all that is going on. So if you do have any questions of Healthy Verify, they're here.
Thank you.
I have just a quick question about that. Is that session specific to our district, or it's open for all schools? Okay, thank you.
President Diaz, governing board members, cabinet, and community members. This is an update on our learning option selection form that was sent to all families on March 4th. We did use a variety of communication methods to send that. We sent the link to this selection form via robocalls, emails, text messages. The link was available on our district website, and it was also pushed out to our social media platforms. Our school staff then shared the message through their communication channels, including class dojos. We had conferences 2 days after the link went out via district communication, so our teachers were able to share the link with the families and explain what the options were. It went out via email, personal phone calls to families, and even some home visits from teachers and staff members to families who did not respond to the form. Talking points were created. Thank you, Ms. Jeffries, for doing that, and shared with principals, office managers, and teachers to support them during these discussions with family members. What you see here is that a total of 4,741 students are represented in the selection form. That's 84% of our students. What you see is that 2,734 students chose in-person, or their families chose for them in-person instruction. That's 58% of the respondents. And 2,000, I'm losing my other numbers, hold on. 2,007 students chose online, and that's 42% of our respondents. As mentioned earlier, Mr. Brant Lloyd created this data dashboard, and this was live. So our principals, our school staffs, our leadership teams, our teachers could see this data as it was coming in. This page lists all of our schools, in person, online, the grade level totals, how many teachers were at each grade level. We've got preschool represented over here. You'll see that there are some numbers that are in red. Mr. Lloyd conditionally formatted any numbers over 15 because we knew that any numbers over 15 were going to be tough for our tall, skinny schools, as we like to call them, that only have one teacher at a grade level. So our schools kept constant tabs on these numbers and planned accordingly, planned for overflow rooms, planned for different scenarios. For example, at Kenilworth, we've got all 7th graders in, I might have this backwards, in the auditorium, and all 8th graders in the cafeteria. And the teachers are team teaching, providing time for each other to have their preps and lunch breaks. So it's worked out well. And just want to thank Mr. Lloyd again for creating this live data dashboard and so that our schools could plan accordingly. Any questions?
Are there any questions?
Yes, would you mind sending us this information? I don't see that we have it.
Yeah, no problem. We can send that. Yep.
Thank you.
Do we know, so I think you said it represented 84% of our students.
Mhm.
What about the rest of them?
We had some students show up that had not completed the form. And so, of course, our teachers welcomed them with open arms and we planned for that. So,
Do we have any that have just kind of
not responded and
at
yes,
all in anything?
yes,
Okay.
yep. We have some families that we were unable to get a hold of. Mhm.
I have a follow-up to Dr. Vink's question. So are we collecting that data of who is showing up at what schools?
Yes,
Okay.
yep. Our schools have that list. Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any classrooms or do we have teachers that are strictly, you mentioned team teaching
Mm-hmm.
several times. Do we have any teachers that are strictly virtual and then maybe they have a partner that is teaching the in-person students?
I'm sure that exists. I can't answer that with 100% confidence. Do you know, Dr. Brown? In person, yeah.
I think I've seen on our survey where it's gone the other way, but I do have a list that the principals have given us there. Here's how we're doing it across the different grade levels, so I can confirm that, but I don't think I saw any this afternoon that were.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions? I guess this is a future question. So come fall, if we have more parents who are willing to send their kids in person, I assume that each school will reassess their strategy and figure out how to accommodate the students.
Correct. We did do a temperature check, if you will, at 4 of our schools to see who would be interested in online schooling come the fall. And Dr. Brown, please correct me if I say this wrong, but at those 4 schools, we had about 30% of our students were interested in continuing online next school year.
30% of students who are currently coming in person or just?
This was before the governor's executive order, so everybody was still online at this time
Okay. I
that we
see.
did that temperature check.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this data. If there's no other questions, then we will go ahead and move on to our next agenda item.
Okay, and I'll pass it off to Ms. Wadley.
Good evening, Governing Board, President Diaz, and Cabinet and community members. My name is Malika Watley. I'm the Coordinator of School Social Work and Student Support Systems. I'm also the Equity Action Team Lead. I know there's several board members who I haven't got a chance to meet yet, so nice to meet you, and nice to see all the other members who I haven't seen in person this year. I'm here to talk about our social emotional wellness survey that the social workers facilitated this year. Before I get started, I just want to give a few disclosures about the survey. The survey was developed prior to the reopening date for staff or the executive order. The survey questions were developed in collaboration with myself and the other school social workers. And for the purposes of today's presentation, I'm only going to be sharing results of 2 of those questions that relate back to returning back to school. The survey recently closed on Friday, right before spring break, so school teams are still in the process of trying to review their data and developing plans to support students, and those plans will be given to me by each school by Monday. We're working closely with ASU, who will be providing a data analysis of that survey. Once that's complete, the board will get that in an update. I want to protect the students' information, so there's certain information I want to make sure that's private, not in a public board meeting. And there was no identifying information shared with ASU to protect our students' confidentiality. I want to start off just with our commitment to equity statement. Phoenix #1 is a student-centered community. We share responsibility and are accountable for the equitable education of all children. Our community is committed to achieving educational equity by pursuing academic excellence and supporting the whole child. To do this, we must use multiple sources of data, including student voice, in order to equitably allocate resources to meet the greatest need, personalized learning, and evaluate programs. I want our district to continue to use student voice and parents' voice, and we make decisions about students' needs and to allocate resources. And I think this survey is an example of using students' voice to make decisions going forward. So just a few talking points about the survey administration. The social workers administered the survey virtually. The students in grades 4 through 8 at all campuses. So they went into the classrooms virtually. They would put the link in and they would walk the student each question. So it wasn't just a link sent out in the survey. The students were meant to do it on their own. They were walked through. And students who had special needs or needed it, done one-on-one or had language barriers, they were accommodated. We were able to capture 2,045 surveys completed. At the time, there were 3,000 students enrolled, so that was about 66% of the population. There could have been students not at school that day. A lot of students may have been enrolled, but maybe not even showed up that week. I want to acknowledge the social workers. That was a lot of work to do, to go into every classroom. We have some of the best social workers in the state. They're highly qualified. They have been able to connect with students virtually in many ways, connect with families, and not only just doing home visits, but making phone calls, providing individual counseling, making referrals, getting meals to homes, all kind of things. So I just want to acknowledge the social workers that we have in our district. One of the questions in the survey asks about students who needed help immediately. And so right after every survey was administered, the social workers were able to see if a student checked that they felt they weren't doing okay or they needed help. The social workers were able to follow up right away with them, either calling them, calling their parent, going back into that classroom and checking in with each student. In addition, it was important not just to get our students in 4th through 8th, but to think about our little ones, our kindergarten through 3rd grade, but what was appropriate. So we decided to do community circles in kindergarten through 3rd grade classrooms. So some of the questions that were asked of those students was, what do you like about school? What don't you like about school? What have you been doing for fun? And what would be some of the things you would do when you return to school? And so we have that data as well as more qualitative data, but that will also be shared in an update. This was just kind of what was read to the students at the beginning of the survey. I'll read a little bit, I'm not gonna read it all, but as a student in our district, your thoughts, feelings, and ideas are very important to your school. This survey will take a few minutes to complete. The purpose of this survey is to allow you the opportunity to share your thoughts, feelings, and ideas regarding virtual learning and returning to school. This information will help your school make decisions about learning and create resources and services to meet the needs for you and other students. Information in the survey will be shared with you and your school. You have the option not to put your name in the survey, so it can be confidential. And so that was read to each student prior to them completing the survey. And these are the survey questions. What do you like about online learning? And there were different options. I think it's helpful for me to read some of the options that were available for students to choose. So I can focus better. I feel more comfortable participating. I'm getting more sleep because I'm not walking or being driven to school. I am enjoying being able to do my work where and when I want. I'm spending time with my family. I don't have to worry about any problems with friends or classmates, or none apply to me. And for every question, there was also an other option so they can write in something. What don't you like about learning? I am distracted at home, feeling sad or bored, feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or stressed. There is no adult who can help me with my schoolwork. Limited or no internet, limited or no computer, none apply to me. I learn best online when my teacher uses the chat, allows us to turn camera on, allows us to turn camera off, uses games to help us learn, uses breakout rooms, small groups, spends one-on-one time with me, uses reaction emojis, calls on me by my name. And then they also had another category. The next question was, I feel part of my school community. True, false, maybe, sometimes, or other. I feel close to at least one grown-up at my school. Same options. I was able to stay in touch with my school friends. Yes, no, sometimes. And what are your thoughts, feelings about coming back to school? What are your thoughts, feelings about coming back to learn in your school building? And we'll go over those in a minute. And what do you think would be helpful when you return to your school building? And is there anything else you would like to share? So that last question was really just an open-ended question that allowed them to type whatever they wanted. And we got some really interesting, funny, but also good feedback from them. So I'm gonna go over the 2 survey questions. What are your thoughts about coming back to school? And what things you think would be helpful when we return to your school building? So the first question, what are your thoughts, feelings about coming back to learn in your school building? The green represents excited and happy. So 895 students were excited and happy. 1,115 students had mixed feelings. They were happy and nervous. 443 students were worried and nervous. 229 students were scared, and 361 students, I don't want to come back to school. And so a nice thing about this survey is that most students were able to put their names, and so we were able to follow up with them directly or have plans to follow up. The schools do have access to the students' names and can plan appropriately. What are some things you think would be helpful when you return back to school? And so these were some of the choices. Interacting with friends. I think Dr. Vink, you mentioned 1,252 students that thought that would be helpful. New school supplies, 810 students felt like they needed new school supplies to come back. Knowing the safety procedure, 745. Having new clothes or uniforms, 494. Time to talk to an adult, 465 students. And just having a periodic check-in with the adult was 398 students. And so, of the fact that students gave us their thoughts and feelings and follow up. So some of the next steps, there'll be a data analysis report completed for each school, including the qualitative data from the community circles in the lower grades. School teams will review the data and follow up with necessary action items, including developing a social emotional learning plan that will be sent to me directly to review. Cabinet will review district and school reports to provide resources to school sites, for example, if those schools need more school supplies, if we need to figure out how to get uniforms for students or clothes, we need to make sure that there's funding and resources available to that. And the governing board will receive an update with the completed survey results and school reports for all the schools. And that's all for now.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wadley. This is very, very invaluable information. Are there any questions or comments?
I am completely in awe and so appreciative. This is incredible data. Your team has done some amazing work to design and really get these responses, and the number of responses you got, I'm so impressed. I think that this data is incredibly valuable, and I am glad that we are able to track these students and reach out to them. What is the plan for the 362-ish students that said they do not want to return?
So I think the 362 would be spread out among the schools, and what the schools have been tasked to do is really just take a look at all that data and make a plan for it. And so some of those schools, some of those students may not have returned. That was their choice. They would have to do kind of a cross-reference check to see. I think it is important that if those students are in school, because they'll have their names and they said they didn't want to be in school, that the social workers do a check on that. But I have advised each school to go through each one of those questions, look at those students' names and have a follow-up plan. So I would imagine that they're spread out among multiple schools. And that's why it's important for schools to develop individual plans that are personalized to students versus, just making up a blanket intervention for them.
Thank you for that,
Malika.
Watley.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Watley. So I know just in the back end things, we have two great leaders, Dr. Brown and you leading the AOI model, and then leading the social work model that is integrated into our Reimagine initiative. And that work is gonna guide us going forward, post-pandemic, life after COVID, life with COVID. Just as for you doing the work, leading the equity committee and being the social worker here, what kind of outside research have you done that you feel should be integrated in this from an equity standpoint? Because clearly you have research here that has shown how this pandemic has affected this generation, will affect this generation as they grow up. And so thinking with the work you're leading with equity, what kind of research, what kind of issues should we be focusing on that maybe we're not seeing here?
Yeah, this is a really good question. I see equity and social emotional learning bridged together and curriculum. And so I think when we think about the future and what COVID-19 has taught us about what kids are experiencing, but now even experiencing more, is that we need to address their whole child needs in the classroom. And so there's a couple of things that, that will be presented in our equity plan. And one of them is, integrating teachers, having that SEL component into classroom instructions. We have 19 social workers, so there's only a limited capacity to what they can do. And oftentimes they're dealing with some of our children with the most challenges. But at this point, all of our students can benefit from having social emotional learning built into that curriculum already. The second one is, thinking about trauma-informed practices and how are we creating a trauma-informed schools where students feel welcome and they feel part of that community. So if I'm a principal or if I'm a social worker and a lot of my students don't feel a part of that school community, how are they going to learn? And so we really need to think about that SEL component and keep it as a higher priority as our curriculum and our academic achievement, so that students feel connected to their teachers, they feel connected to their schools. And how are we creating environments in our classrooms and in school buildings that students want to be there and that we meet their needs there. So looking at some trauma-informed practices, community circles, restorative practices when discipline issues are at play, how are we bringing students back into the school building? What kind of interventions or prevention techniques are we doing in training that we're giving to teachers so that they can work with some of our students who've been impacted not only by COVID, but by, from family situations or other traumatic things that are going on with them. I could go on and on, so I'm gonna stop.
No, thank you. Yeah, please. And if we can talk later too, is as a board member, someone who went through my public education system here in Sun City, in El Mirage, Surprise, as a human being who grew up closeted as a queer student, going through the education system, Latino, being a part of many marginalized groups and having my own ACEs that I had to go through, is I asked that question because it comes from a personal experience of as we provide a safe and secure environment for our students, relevant to COVID life, relevant to making sure that our parents know that their students are coming on campus with the utmost precautions taken, that we're also providing safe and secure environment that is relevant to their identities and what they're living through too, right? And as we just saw the other day, the trauma of a race racially motivated attack on our Asian community is providing an atmosphere that our students know when they step onto this campus that we're providing safe and secure community that is racism free, that we are strongly anti-racist school district that is teaching about that is teaching about homophobia, all those things, right? Sexism, misogyny, and that when they come on campus, because our students are dealing with those too. I taught first grade, and I had to deal with those as a teacher, and we're providing that professional development for our teachers so that they can handle these issues. That our traumas in our lives will become traumas in our lives.
Thank you.
So I
agree.
support those measures.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wadley, thank you for coming to present here this evening and for all the work you do. I just wondered from your perspective what our district is currently facing as far as welfare checks and home visits. What are we experiencing right now with that, if you know?
I can provide a little insight. I think that I have a cautious perspective in terms of home visits. I think that we have to be mindful about going to families' home. And so one of the things I did in collaboration with Dr. McLaughlin this year was create a procedure for that. I didn't want principals just showing up to people's doors. It can be offensive to families, and we have to be careful about how we engage families. And although we may think it's okay just to show up at their door, there's lots of things, not just for us to think about safety, but even for their own safety and what they perceive. If they're not answering our phone calls, do we need to show up at their door? So I developed, along with Dr. McLaughlin and some social workers, a home visit protocol that provides guidance so that when we are going to homes, we're respectful to families, but also being proactive in our thought process and making sure that we call, making sure that this is something that families want. The intent of home visits is really to develop relationship with families where they're planned and parents are agreeing to let's come together and talk. But sometimes, not just in our school district, but in other school districts, home visits are seen to, kind of follow up when we can't reach families. And sometimes that's appropriate, but other times we really need to think through that because the intent of home visits is really to be an agreed visit, not kind of a show up at your door.
Thank you. I apologize. That question came from the last board update that we received, so my mind was just kind of spinning on it. So thank you for, I know that's not on our sheet that we're on right now, so I apologize. Thanks.
No problem.
I have one question. For students, because COVID has had many negative effects on not only adults, but our children, are our students receiving any counseling services? If they need that, is that provided by the social workers, and how is that determined?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one of the primary roles of the social workers, to provide individual counseling. So they were doing that virtually. For some students, it's been very difficult to do it virtually because, as you can imagine, just trying to get into their classroom and then pull them out their classrooms and students being online an additional amount of time is difficult. Now that they're back, I think there's going to be a lot more opportunity, but that's one of their primary roles, is to provide individual and group support. What we've done with the social workers is provided a protocol in ways that they can still provide all their services in a safe way. And so again, this is the second day back. We're still working through, how you pull a student from a classroom and then out their cohort into another cohort. We also have a partnership with Southwest Behavioral, and they're an agency that provides counseling services. And they're at all of our schools. I have therapists divided between, I think, 13 schools. And so in addition to the social workers, if a student has more clinical needs, then they can be referred to Southwest Behavioral. So oftentimes the referrals can come from teachers, it can come from families, it can come from the principal. Our social workers really have close relationships and are really embedded in their school communities. And so it's not hard to identify the students who have emotional needs. So does that answer your question?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Diaz, just a personal anecdote. My son actually did virtual meetings with the school social worker for several months and like in 10-minute chunks on Zoom we really struggled through COVID, as many did. And it was amazing. She just read stories and talked with him. And a couple months later, he said, "I'm done." And she said, "Okay." And so that resource has been incredible for us. And I hope that families know that it's available, but I know that our teachers see those kids and will say like, "Hey, you can use this as a resource to the families too." So
That's awesome.
And thank you, Dr. Vink, for mentioning that. In addition to the individual counseling, a lot of social workers, when we were online, go into virtual classrooms and do whole classroom social emotional learning presentations. At several schools, one social worker goes into every single classroom. It's usually based on student need or how the school is set up. But I would say in every school building, the social workers do classroom presentations. They were doing them virtually. We have to figure out now how to we call it reimagining social work, how we reimagine school social work, because going into a classroom now is a little different than doing it virtually, but we're coming up with some creative ways to do that.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any additional comments or questions?
I had one quick last question. Uniforms was a big thing on there as well. Am I correct that all of our schools are not requiring uniforms right now?
That is correct, Dr. Vink.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Wadley. Okay, and we will go ahead and move on to item A8. Yes, A8.
President Diaz, governing board members, cabinet, and community members. This agenda item is a presentation of benchmark 2 data presented by Mr. Brant Lloyd, our coordinator of accountability and assessment. As you know, our curriculum audit does focus district staff on making data-informed decisions, specifically recommendation number 6 and number 11. Recommendation number 6 states, develop and implement an expectation among all district staff that data are to be used to improve the district's curriculum design, curriculum delivery, measured by improvements in student achievement results, and to evaluate based on a quality design formal assessment system. Recommendation number 11 states, develop comprehensive assessment procedures to provide reliable data for decision-making at all levels of the system. Establish a formalized process for selection, implementation, and evaluation of program and interventions utilizing data that will be used as feedback for initiation, modification, continuation, or termination of programs and practices. In addition, at our board retreat, we learned about the 8 characteristics of an effective board, and one of those characteristics was the use of data to drive continuous improvement. That leads to equity. The data illuminates gaps and where we need to focus. In our school district, we implement a protocol, pretty simple data protocol that's called Here's What, So What, Now What. The here's what piece of that is just looking at the data and saying, what do we notice? Real low inference data. This subgroup is outperforming this subgroup. Second grade is doing better in reading than third grade. Real low level inference data. The so what piece is where we dig deep and think about, so what's the root cause? Why is this subgroup outperforming this subgroup? Why is second grade doing better in reading than third grade? And then the now what is, so what are we gonna do about it? What are our plans? What are our action steps? What are our plans for improvement? And so our teams are really in the midst of, our school teams are really in the midst of that here's what, so what right now. They're looking at the data and they're listing all of what they notice, and they're determining the root cause of that data that they're noticing. And then they soon will be working on writing their school integrated action plan. The C&I team takes all of those school integrated action plans along with all the school data. We review all of their fish bones that they've created to identify the root cause. and then we create the district LEA integrated action plan. We're not at that point yet. So really, the piece that we are presenting you tonight is just the here's what. So here's our data. We will come back to you with our school integrated action plans and our district integrated action plans before the beginning of the next school year. So Mr. Lloyd, I turn it over to you. Soon
Thank
to be
you.
Dr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin. And that's exciting, but more exciting is that my wife is also expecting in 2 weeks. So if I'm a little emotional, you know why. And if anybody needs to get up and stretch, I understand that too, because you're going to be settling in for quite a bit of data tonight. So thank you. I do want to say hello and hola to everyone. Madam President Diaz and members of the board, cabinet, and community members. My name is Brant Lloyd, and I'm the Assessment and Accountability Coordinator for Phoenix Elementary School District. I'm here today to report the data from our most recent benchmark assessments. I do want to, first of all, thank all of you for your community service. I really strongly believe in community, and I'm so grateful to have so many community members serving in this capacity to work with. I also have to thank, first of all, our IISs that I work very closely with and our site test coordinators who I meet with regularly and who I work with to implement a lot of the things that we do so that we can get the data that we have. Also our district leadership, and I want to recognize my team members, Tom Doherty, who always knows what's going on or how he can help, Dr. Seth Alshire, who's been my amazing collaborator, and Nicole Dillon, who runs all things reading like a champion, and also Dr. Brown, who's been an amazing mentor, friend, and leader of our CNI team. I also want to just start with expressing my genuine concern for the well-being of students and families in our district, and pledge to do everything I can to help all students on their path to proficiency in school and life. So in my slides today, I'll be presenting on 3 different assessments, as well as at the end, I'll be sharing an update about how we've been preparing for the upcoming state testing. So let's dig in. I want to start with sharing with you some of the key terms that we'll be talking about today. First and foremost is proficiency. When we're talking about proficiency, it's simply where are students at on the continuum with learning and mastering grade level standards. I'll also be discussing passing rate, which has to do with the percentage of students who are at or above the proficiency level they should be with grade level standards. And I'll be sharing several, what we like to call it with data aggregates, which is just a combination, right, of data as a broader indicator of either achievement and or growth. So today I'll be presenting about our winter Galileo B2 benchmark. I do want to start with sharing a little bit about Galileo. Galileo is our main assessment system that we use for identifying students' proficiency with grade level standards through the Instructional Effectiveness Benchmark Series. And this program has been used in our district for years, and it's administered quarterly. We give a pre and a post test, beginning and end of the year, and then 2 midterm benchmarks. So the B2 is actually our second benchmark, and we've already given a benchmark prior and also the pre-test prior. And we give that in ELA and math only this year because the standards in Galileo are not aligned yet for social studies and science. And so we're looking into assessments that we can use to gather data on proficiency for those in our coming year. And the purpose of these assessments, again, is to evaluate students' overall proficiency with those grade level standards. And you can't see it super well, but at the bottom here of this slide, you see there's 4 levels, proficiency levels that Galileo uses to categorize students. The first is the red one, because that means minimally proficient, right? That's our, what's going on here. Those are students that are far below grade level. And then we have yellow, which is partially proficient. Those are students that are near grade level proficiency. And we have green, which is our students that are at grade level proficiency. and the HP, which is blue, and highly proficient, and those are students that are above grade level proficiency. And these grade levels are determined by approximating them to what students would score on end of year tests, such as AZM2, or state assessments for grades 3 through 8 and 10. And Galileo tests actually do correlate highly with the AZM2, about a 0.89 correlation for ELA and math with the results that we see on AZM2 later on, which is one of the reasons that we use it. And then a quick thing about how those levels are created. They're created with a cut score for the proficiency level, and those are modified using data. Well, first of all, they're based on the state proficiency levels, and then they're modified using data from this year from students that have been tested all across the nation. So that means they try to adjust in years like this, right, for effects that could be caused by the environment, such as the pandemic that we're facing right now. So this B2 was administered in January, and we do have data, like I said, from math and from ELA. We're gonna look first at math. So this is our district overall proficiency levels. This is an aggregate of kindergarten through 8th grade that shows, you see the red is over half of that circle. So over half of our students are far below grade level. Another quarter, or nearly another quarter, are near grade level in their proficiency. And then a little less than a quarter are at or above grade level proficiency. And I'll be sharing some more comparisons with other years and assessments in following slides. For ELA, we can see a similar trend, except that our proficiency in ELA is slightly lower. We do have closer to 2/3 of students that are far below grade level, with about another quarter that are near grade level, and only 1/5 at or above grade level. So this slide is a comparisons of students who are at or above grade level on ELA standards for the 3 benchmarks that we've taken this year. So you can see the blue bars, that was from our pretest. The red bars were from our B1, which was, the pretest was in September. The red bars are from the B1, which was in November, and then the green bars from the B2 that we took in January. You can see that there's some missing red bars there from the B1. The reason was we gave schools flexibility. We know this year, more than ever, they needed some flexibility, and to try and reduce over testing, we allowed them to use other data sources. And so 3 of our schools opted to use other sources rather than to give the B1. The yellow bar that's horizontal there at 30%, that was put in there to indicate what our district goal is of having at least 30% of our students or more above that bar, meaning that they're at proficiency levels with grade level standards. So one thing that we see here right now is a downward trend from those blue bars going down to those green bars. That is a pattern that has actually repeated over the years in our districts, and the reason being that cut scores move from assessment to assessment based on how much students have learned and should be able to do, right, from starting in September to now in January. And so what this is telling us is that those cut scores, or the proficiency levels, are moving up quicker than our students are growing and achieving. And we will talk a little bit more about why that may be in a subsequent slide. We'll be talking more about growth. Most of our schools are below 20% passing, with Kenilworth, Shaw, Montessori, and Magnet being the 3 above. Shaw, Montessori, and Magnet are also above currently our district goal of 30%. Yes?
Would you be okay with us asking questions during your presentation, or do you prefer for us to wait until after the presentation?
So that's a great question. I was gonna talk about the meeting. I would prefer after so I have different sections. I have a section on proficiency, And then at the end of that section, if you have any questions, and that's about slides, I can't remember the slide numbers, but I'll let you know, okay, we're done with the proficiency section, and then we'll do a growth section, and then we'll do the other assessments, and I'll pause for questions. Is that okay, members of the board?
Perfect, thanks.
Yes, because I definitely want to, give time and make space for that. Okay, so another slide on proficiency. This is the math comparison. It's the same comparison. Sorry, we're on slide 7. It's the same comparison as the previous slide. We see again the same downward trend from the pre-test to the B2 for math from the beginning of the year. But we do see in this case more schools over the 20%, but we still only have Magnet and Shaw above the 30%. And in this case, we don't have any schools below 10% where we did with ELA. This next slide presents some subgroup data that we have. I did put it in there today, actually, so it's a little update. Below at the bottom, you'll see the, in parentheses, the number of the subgroups that took the Galileo B2. So that's the total number. So we have, for example, American Indian and Alaska Natives, we've got 105, Asian 49, Black or African American students 474, Hispanic 3,920, and so forth. So those are the totals that we have for those different subgroups to give you an idea, because obviously percentages don't necessarily reflect the number of students. So I want to make sure that was there for you. In this slide, I also want to let you know the green line is, again, that 30% threshold that we're trying to meet as a district. And then the blue line is the math average. So that kind of goes across so you can see which other schools are meeting the district or either at or below the district average. And then the yellow line is the ELA average. So you can see which subgroups, I think I just said schools, but subgroups are at or below or above our district average. Almost half of our subgroups are performing above the district average, the ones listed here. And then half are well below, with our main subgroup, Hispanic, being nearly the same, as that's the majority of our student population. EL, just to make sure that's clear, are English learners, those that have been identified and assessed and are currently EL classified. And both ELs and SPED, oh, and I wanted to just say SPED are active SPED students, or active special education students that have an IEP. Both groups, SPED and EL, do have significantly lower passing rates right now than the district, with really very few English learners or SPED students being proficient in ELA. All right, this is a comparison of over the years, because obviously we want to see how are we doing this year, especially with our current conditions compared with other years. And this indicates that the percentage of students at or above proficiency has declined. The red in the top row is this year. It's supposed to be green for both. All of the reds indicate a decline in our passing rates, the students that are at or above grade level proficiency. Math also saw drops in all grades but K1. I should mention that this is the first year we're giving the K1 students tests on a computer. In prior years, it was all written and verbal, and now they have computers that actually many teachers say is they feel like is more effective, because the students get to hear everything and interact with the problems rather than just seeing and hearing and marking on a paper. So it's not a true apples to apples comparison there for those grades. All right, this is our math breakdown by school and grade. Just so you know, in the PDF that was in the board docs, there was an error with the total, with the percentages for 3rd and 4th grade that are corrected on this slide. So 3rd grade, the district total was incorrect. I believe it said, I can't remember now, but the correct percent is 17%, and 4th grade, the correct percent is 7% passing for the district in math for the B2. The colors here indicate a comparison. It's just a simple scale that Excel allows you to do, and really it's comparing the highs and the lows within our district averages. So the greens, the dark green is you know, the highest average that we have, and the dark red is the lowest average that we have in the district. So green is good, red means lower performing, and is the worst. There's a lot of yellow and red we can see in this, indicating many schools and grades with students performing at the lower end of the range. K1, obviously you see there in those columns, is where you see the most green for a grade level, and they have over a 40% passing rate. And 4th, 6th through 8th, you can see in those columns a lot of red and orange and yellow. And we only had a few schools in those grade levels that were over 10% proficiency for math. Oh, and I even had some handy dandy things to show you to highlight that. Okay, for the ELA breakdown by grade and by school, the trend across ELA is a little bit more homogeneous. You see, you know, reds and yellows, oranges and greens kind of scattered throughout. But we see mostly between 10 to 20% passing rate being the norm for most schools and grades. All right, next we're going to talk about the change in Galileo math proficiency levels. So one thing I wanted to do was to highlight how many students, because we have those 4 different levels, right? We have our minimally proficients, the reds, we've got our yellows, the partially proficients that are near grade level, greens at grade level, blues above grade level. So I wanted to make sure you are aware how many students were moving either from, you know, red and yellow up to green and blue where we want them. So that's what this slide tells us. The red indicates those who have either declined in the case of proficient students from being proficient now to being in the below proficient category. And then the green being those who have remained proficient or they have improved and moved into the proficient category here. And so what we see is that at this point, we have about only half of our students that were proficient in our pre-test that at this point in the year are still performing at the proficient level. And we have only about 1 in 10 students who were not proficient before who have moved into the proficient category. Okay, and that was math. Sorry, I forgot to specify. So that was math. Going back to that. ELA is very similar, you'll see. So ELA about the same. We have about half of our students that were proficient on our pre-test that are now scoring at below proficient level. And in this case, the numbers declined a little bit in terms of now we have even more students that are below proficient or that remained below proficient and less students, that 7% that moved into the proficient category. Okay, I only have four more slides and then we'll take some questions. So this table was meant to help each year, right? Schools receive letter grades. And so one of the things I'm trying to do to help schools is to make sure that they have comparisons that help them understand what their letter grade might look like from the current data that we have. So this is one of those comparisons that helps them because when the state gives us letter grades, proficiency is a big indicator that receives a lot of points towards a letter grade. And so this helps schools understand that with how their students are currently performing, what they may expect in terms of points, proficiency points that they get towards their letter grade. You see in this case that I would say, obviously, we see some effect of the pandemic, right? Everything, and just so you know, the comparison has to be with 2019 because we did not take AZM2 in 2020. So that's the most recent data that we have to compare it to. And as you can see, our aggregate difference, which is the number of students in 3rd through 8th grade that are proficient, has dropped by double digits almost at every school and for our district as a whole. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on these points. One of the things that isn't shown on here is how the aggregate from the B2 compares with the B1. And so I just wanted to point out, for example, with math, that our district, that the aggregate dropped to 14%. And then for ELA, it dropped to 17%. So here is another look at that same aggregate, but just for Galileo, and looking at schools and how they performed on the B2 from this year. And it is compared with the B1 from last year. But the reason I did that is because, one, we didn't do a B2 because we weren't in school at that point. And two, the B1 last year was given in January, at the same time we gave the B2 this year. So it's a comparable amount of time. And so it's a good comparison to have. So the orange you'll see is the aggregate from this year, and those bars are all shorter than the blue bars, which is the scores, the proficiency or the passing rate from last year. And you can see that there's variation between 1% for some schools all the way up to around double the rate of difference for several schools. So that's just to help you understand, using an aggregate and looking at what we would have scored or had last year for a passing rate versus this year with these scores. So this is another indicator that the state has. It's a category called acceleration. And it's for 8th grade. And what they look at is the number of students that moved from that minimally proficient category, those that are far below, out of that category. It could be to any other category, right? Because you can only go one direction from minimally proficient. So the top line again is from this year, from the B2, and the blue line is from the Galileo Pre. And this may be a little counterintuitive because we actually want it to be a smaller bar, right? We want less students that are very far below grade level. And so in this case, unfortunately, from the beginning of the year till now, our minimally proficient students have grown, almost doubled in many cases in our 8th grade. And then we see, and that's on the, I don't know which side for you guys. That's the minimally proficient, the red that you see. The highly proficient, where we want students to be, where we want our bars longer to have a higher passing rate, is actually shrunk, unfortunately. So on our B2, on that side, again, is our orange bars. And those, in many cases, have shrunk to less than 5% of our students being in that category. From our pre-test again, which was in September, to now, we've seen that decline. And now I will turn it over to you for questions and comments.
Thank you so much. This was very helpful to see the data laid out this way in so many different formats. I have several questions, but want to open it up to the board. First, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you. This is Mr. Carrillo. Thank you for that presentation. It was, um, as Dr. Diaz said, very in-depth, and I appreciate that, especially at this point in the year. The question, so it's just, so I do have a few questions, and then so I'll just pause and
Yeah.
let other
And
board
if you
members
want
ask
to
their
refer
questions.
to a slide, I can go back to that as well.
Okay, thank you. So can you go over the time frame again? You had mentioned that B2 was given in the end of January, and correct me if I'm wrong, and then the benchmark one was given in early January?
Sorry,
Or is
the
that this year?
benchmark one from last year was given in January, and the benchmark 2 from this year was also given in January. That's why I did that one comparison.
So benchmark
But-
1 and benchmark 2 were given in January.
No. Benchmark 1 from last year was given in January. Benchmark 1 this year was given in November.
Okay, so there's, okay. So last year, November, this year, January.
Yeah.
And then benchmark 2 of last year was given
Wasn't given.
last
So
year?
last year, what happened, they decided to only give 3 benchmarks, which was actually
Mhm.
out of compliance. So we made sure that we had 4 benchmarks this year. And
Yeah.
last year, so we gave the pre-test in September, and then they gave the benchmark one in January, and then they were planning to give the post-test in April, but because students were out of school, that wasn't
Yeah.
administered.
Why wasn't it given out last year? Why were we out of compliance?
I wasn't here last year. I
Yeah.
actually don't know why,
Yeah.
all the reasons why they didn't give that, the benchmark in November.
President Diaz, Mr. Carrillo, there was great concern with over assessing our students.
Mhm.
So we went into last year thinking that we could only do 3 benchmarks, and then we found out that that was not in compliance, especially for our D schools. Our D schools are required to do 4 benchmarks.
Okay, and then when you say out of compliance, you're referring to state?
ADE, correct.
ADE?
ADE,
Okay, 'cause,
correct.
yeah, my understanding was that 3 benchmarks would be in compliance, but I suppose not, is what you're saying.
Our D schools are required to do 4 benchmarks, and we have 4 D schools.
And also,
So we gave our other schools the option, and many of our other schools chose to do all 4 benchmarks this school year.
well, in TSI schools, so there's the state compliance and there's the federal compliance. So the federal compliance also requires any schools with a label of what's called TSI to do a quarterly benchmark as well. So we have, I believe, 10 of our schools are also TSI schools. So they still have to give a quarterly benchmark as well. And then we have 4 D schools that's the label from the state saying that we have to give quarterly benchmarks as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Dr. McLaughlin. Thank you too. And so, because there's also, I do share that same concern of over-testing our students and not contributing to a culture of over-testing in the education system. And so then with my other question is, with the audit, the curriculum audit and the recommendation was, and I'll pause there, but, and what you had said earlier was that Galileo, in terms of the audit received, which sections were not aligned with AZ Merit?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, which sections from the
Which,
Galileo?
yeah, which sections
Oh,
of Galileo were not aligned?
So I think what you're referring to is social studies and science. So at the beginning I
Okay.
said, we didn't use Galileo to test social studies and science this year
Mm-hmm.
because the Galileo assessments that they have aren't aligned with the changes that have been made in standards, in the
Mhm.
state standards. And so we didn't test those this year, preferring to focus on ELA, really,
Mhm.
because a lot of the changes in social studies, for example, align with ELA standards. And so, and then
Okay.
looking forward to the future and finding an assessment, a tool that we can use to help with measuring social studies and science.
Okay, and so we're not gonna go forward with the social studies and science, obviously, this year, right? 'Cause
Right,
they're
yeah,
still not aligned?
we don't have any formal,
Okay.
and for, just so you understand, when the state and the federal government require a quarterly benchmark, that's
Mhm.
just for math and ELA.
Mhm.
The data that we get from science and social studies is purely collected for our purposes.
Yeah, so thank you. And so just in general, we could keep going with just the ELA and math Galileo assessments and still be in compliance?
Yes.
Okay, because then my worry is for the audit, as it pointed out, was it didn't specify which Galileo subjects were in compliance or which aligned with the AZ Merit. It just made a general, and correct me if I'm wrong, but made a general blanket statement that the Galileo, the audit found that Galileo was not aligned with the AZ Merit. And not specifically said to discourage, but found something of the lines, is that should try to find alternatives to an AZ Merit. So I wonder if that is something that we're focused on in the audit, and what is like a planning process that is happening behind that.
And you're referencing the curriculum audit, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
I am.
Creo? Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Galileo does have a predictive validity of 0.89 towards AZ-M2 or AZ Merit, which was what we were last tested on. We'll be tested on AZ-M2 this school year. We are looking into a different assessment other than Galileo, and we will be happy to come back to the board regarding that probably in May or June. I would think we will have a decision made regarding if we will continue with the Galileo or if we will pursue a different assessment. We do have to ensure that whatever assessment we choose does meet the criteria set forth by ADE, so which the Galileo does. We just have to investigate and see if there are other options for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a great response to what I was looking for. All right, I'll look forward to that update and whatever alternative assessment we choose forward. Because I'm not a personal fan of Galileo as a teacher, and so again, I do look forward for that update, and thank you for having a plan already behind that audit. That's good. I'm done.
Thank you. That was a great question, and I apologize. I think I slightly misunderstood, but thank you for that question.
I have a few follow-up questions to Mr. Carrillo. I know that, and I don't remember if this was during your guys' board term. I think it was right before you guys came on, but the curriculum team reviewed the various assessments that were given by grade level, and we were trying to figure out what was duplicative, necessary, unnecessary. The conclusion was there is some overlap, but most of it is unique. However, we're going to come back and figure out if there is, after the McKeesa grant is over, if there's a better option to consolidate testing. I think everyone in this room is probably very alarmed at what we're seeing here. Our students are bright and something isn't working. So I would prefer we consolidate our assessment to the right assessment that covers what we need, so we have more time to learn. Being a former teacher, just the sheer amount of time it takes to prep simply for testing, you lose out that learning time. So are we coming back to figuring out what is the best assessment?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's definitely been part of an ongoing process this entire year, is looking at our assessment plan, and just as all of you have been reimagining, yeah, we've definitely been in that mode, and are very excited about some of the possibilities that we could do, both to like you're saying, Dr. Diaz, to reduce the amount of testing and to focus in on tools that will give us the breadth of information and the depth. And the other aspect of that too, that we really know has to happen for it to be effective, is it has to align very well with your curriculum and instruction, right? And so that is another piece of it that we're working to make sure that there's an alignment, so it's not this, because otherwise it's kind of like an outside force that's pulling, instruction away from the direction that we actually need it to go. Mm-hmm. So that is definitely one of the things that we're working on, Dr. McLaughlin.
I think you said it beautifully. It's pulling us in a direction we don't necessarily want to go. We want that written, taught, and tested curriculum to be aligned.
Do have a projected timeline on when we might come to some type of resolution on what our assessment plan will look like?
We're hoping to come back to you by May, June at the latest with our formalized assessment plan. I know you can all appreciate that we've kind of been derailed a few times with daily responsibilities. So we will get back on this task just as soon as we can. AZM2 is going to interrupt us for the entire month of April. So May might be a little ambitious. We might need to come back to you with that in June.
Thank you. And again, I mean, data, incredibly important. Learning is very important. So how do we balance the two? And then I think it would be good practice for us to have quarterly updates like this, just so we are constantly in the flow of knowing how we're doing and all of our questions are answered. I have some questions specifically on the curriculum that we bought. I don't know if the new board is aware of, we went through like an entire process where we bought curriculum and updated. I think that was the first time we like actually had curriculum, right?
Yes, we thank you to the board for adopting curriculum resources. We did not have updated curriculum resources. The last time we went through an adoption was 2006, 2007. So we are excited to have in the hands of our teachers and our students, most importantly, very high quality resources.
So my question is, with this new curriculum, I know that the pandemic and online learning contributes to these massive declines somewhat. So I'd be interested to see, in the spring and then next fall, how we are adjusting. Do we have a sense of whether or not these curriculum resources are working? I mean, if I just looked at the data and I didn't consider anything else, I'd say absolutely not. But given your guys' deeper perspective, what would you say?
You want to take that one, Mr. Lloyd, or would you? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think so. Evaluating a curricular resource takes a lot more than just a data point, right? And so I think one of the things that we definitely need to do is to have an evaluation, right? I do think it's too early at this point. Being in the first year, typically you don't evaluate a program until like 2 or 3 years. You can do a midterm, a midpoint evaluation, and obviously have evaluating indicators along the way. But at this point, yeah, I definitely think it's a little too early to really evaluate that. And I would say with the pandemic, it may be, we need even more time, right? The pandemic makes everything take longer. So yeah. Anything else, Dr. McLaughlin?
Yep, makes sense. I definitely would be interested, and I don't know if you guys are already doing this, but having at least some type of quantitative, qualitative data from our teachers to better understand if, in their perspective, do they believe that this curriculum has enhanced their ability to teach? I know that, again, we need to build up our data set here, but it would be helpful to know what their perspective is.
Yeah, very much agreed.
And then keeping in line with our resources, our 95% group, that's what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've invested a lot of time and resources into that, yet our ELA scores are dramatically declining. Would you say that the 95% group is ineffective, or is it the pandemic? Is it a combination of both?
Yeah, that's a good question. We had some slides. Unfortunately, they weren't put into this presentation with some of the qualitative and quantitative data from that. And the data is actually very positive. I think one of the factors, obviously, that plays into whether you can see the effectiveness is understanding where your baseline is, right? And so if we have a lot of students, like I'll be showing actually in later slides where we're at in terms of reading, and that's what 95% group is all about, right? It's a reading intervention model. And so when you start with that many that low, it takes time again for that intervention to be able to show some of the fruits. The other thing too is when you're looking at the results from 95% group and what the information that Galileo will give you, I don't think it's a fair comparison to make, because one is looking specifically just at discrete phonological or phonics skills, and the other is looking at content knowledge and other literacy skills. And so I don't think it's a fair judgment to say, because we're not doing well in Galileo, that the 95% group isn't working. Having said that, we can look at other data and again find indicators that will help us understand how that relates to, how the 95% group is relating to our standards skills that students also need to learn. Again, I defer to you.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing as far as 95% group measures those very discrete skills. So our students are starting, our first graders, for example, have not mastered the kindergarten discrete skills that they need to master along that phonics continuum. But we see our students moving along that phonics continuum or their phonemic awareness continuum due to the 95% group intervention. But we're not seeing that growth yet on the Galileo. So I'm being repetitive. As Mr. Lloyd said, 95% group is really about discrete skills, and Galileo is about those big standards.
Thank you. My last question is, there is evidently some racial inequity when we look at academic performance. How are we as a district meeting the needs of our subgroups of students who are significantly underperforming? When we look at it, it aligns with what research says, and that's unfortunate that, our students are part of the narrative. How can we ensure that our students are no longer part of this narrative of inequity? So I don't know who can answer
That's a
that
great question.
That's the $1 trillion question.
Yes. How do we close that achievement gap for our students? I think our study session on April 8th, when we reveal our equity action plan, will give some hints to how we are addressing that. I think our steps that we've taken, like the 95% group, like our TSI grant, where we're able to identify these groups, that first step is being aware, right? These groups are not performing as well as they should. Having our coordinator of language acquisition, our language acquisition specialist that we've never had before, to help oversee a true program that's going to help our English learners learn English and be successful. Our introduction of EL interventionists at some of our schools, not all of our schools, but those efforts are continuing.
Yeah, I'm a huge believer in your foundation for academic success is really affected by 0 to 5. So I know at some point we'll have a pre-K work study session, but I really want our district to think about how do we especially target our Hispanic, Black, and Native American households and ensure that those students have pre-K opportunities available to them, and how are we partnering with community? There is a plethora of 0 to 5 community agencies that could be providing parental support. So, I know that the achievement gaps that we're seeing with our different subgroups are compounded by parental knowledge of certain things, how much you read, so on and so forth. So I think we have to leverage our community resources. So thank you so much. I will open it up to others who might have questions or comments.
Just in line with Dr. Diaz's comments, I think I heard achievement gap. but I see that Shaw and Magnet scores look very different. So I think we're looking at an opportunity gap, and I would like us to look more into what it is that they have that the rest of our students maybe don't, what opportunities we're giving those students that we're not giving the students in the rest of our schools. In addition, I'm wondering if you are going to look at data from, so we just had students go back to campuses. Will we look at their growth, specifically the kids that were online that went back to campus, and see if, so that we can tell whether it really is an in-person learning situation, or is that, we're tracking, that made sense? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I believe that's something we're working to get it into our SIS, or student information system. So that way, yeah, that's something that could be an indicator that I can use. And, you know, just like I pulled out the indicators for this, the subgroups that we have, to look at that. So we could look at that for, yeah, subsequent data sessions.
Can you explain to the board on, explain to us how when the state will release letter grades, and then also how letter grades are, I know you mentioned in the presentation how letter grades are tied to AZ Merit.
Yeah. When I started talking about those indicators, you know, that I showed specific to letter grades, I failed to mention. So this year, legislation was passed to suspend letter grades. So this year, there won't be any letter grades. We are asking the state, our Director of Federal Programs, Sherry Zeeb, is very connected with the state people over accountability. So she's trying to find out what we can do about schools that do not like the letter grade that they've been stuck with for the last 2 years, right? And maybe stuck with again this year. But there won't be new letter grades issued for this year. I believe I'm actually not super familiar when they typically come out, or when those are given.
We usually don't get our letter grades till October, November for the previous year. Yeah, based on the previous year's data.
Yeah, we get, and then did you ask about when AZM2, when we get those results?
No, but you can tell us. That's
Okay.
your question.
So yeah, AZM2, we get the third grade results earlier because third grade actually has a window that ends earlier. So those I believe we're going to be getting in May, and then the 4th through 8th come later in June. And then they send, is it letters? I don't know. There's a report as well that goes to parents, but that comes even later after the summer.
Thank you.
Questions on this of the presentation?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. This is my fun slide. So when I came to the district, there's a lot of talk about growth. And so I really wanted to understand what it meant, especially because a lot of vendors like Galileo have an indicator that they use to tell people whether they're growing or not. For Galileo, it's called expected growth. And so I wanted to give this example of expected growth and also talk about it in terms of how that compares with what I term as proficiency growth. So I'm gonna start talking now and share that example. So we have our student Smiley, and on the pretest, Smiley scored a 531 points. I know the points don't mean that much to you, but he needed 578 points to be proficient. So that was his score on the pretest. So Smiley was fairly happy because he was partially proficient. He was in the category of being near grade level with the standards. So he still has the smile on his face. That's in September. Come January, so yeah, at that point he was 47 points below proficient. Come January, Smiley scored 552 points. He's now frowny, and I'll explain why. So the difference between the pre-test cut score and the B2 cut score to be proficient was actually 110 points. So although Smiley grew, in fact, he grew what Galileo terms as expected growth, which is he grew 21 points. He is now at the bottom of the barrel. Before he was close enough, closer to the top. He was near proficiency. Now he's at the very bottom. He's a minimally proficient student. And what does this mean long-term for Smiley Now Frowny is that first of all, he is now 136 points below the proficient level. So if Smiley Now Frowny continues at this rate, he is going to need 3 years of additional second grade instruction to reach proficiency on grade level standards. So let me repeat that again. If he continues at this current rate, 21 points every 4 months, it's going to take him 4 years of instruction to be proficient on his second grade math standards. So now let's talk about proficient. So that's Smiley Now Frowny meeting expected growth, okay? Now what is proficiency growth? Proficiency growth would mean that Smiley from his pre-test now to the B2 grew enough that he's closer now to being proficient than he was before. In order to do that, he actually needs to grow 4 times what Galileo says is the expected growth. So he needs around 80 points. Okay, that's going to put him closer. He's going to have less than 47 points now between him and that proficient bar that he's trying to meet. Okay, and so that's the difference. And the reason, again, I'm explaining this is because Galileo gives us this indicator that's called expected growth. And oftentimes we look at that and we use that as a measuring stick. But the issue with that measuring stick is it isn't tied to our actual proficiency bar. And so if we only look at that and say, oh, we're doing good with our expected growth, we are not actually performing at a rate that will help our students and in fact will widen the gap severely for them. So I wanted to give another comparison, and this is from our data. This is from the B2 again, our second benchmark that we just gave in January. So the blue line is the percent of students that we can say that Galileo actually has told us these students have reached expected growth or they're above what we consider to be expected growth. If you look at how many students are closer to being proficient, or what I'm terming proficiency growth, that orange line you can see on average is about 10% below what are expected, the number of students that meet the expected growth. And that's for ELA. Math is even more. It's about 12% difference for math. So I think this is important in terms of us making sure that we aren't missing the mark by taking growth and proficiency and pulling them apart and not looking at them together. And that is something that in our district, we've used the expected growth quite a bit, and I am going to show you some more slides on expected growth. One of the things I'm trying to share as well with all of you and with our district is the importance of continuing to look at proficiency as we look at growth, so we know if students truly are moving on their path towards proficiency and not just making movement. So here's some data on students that met that expected growth. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're becoming more proficient. It just means that they have grown to what Galileo says is the expected at this time. I should clarify, I don't have the formula. Well, actually, they do have like a white paper on how they calculate that. They take into account the assessment the time of year given, and the level of the assessment, right? So kindergarten students are more likely to grow because they start at a far, lower, more basic level than an 8th grade student. So whereas with a kindergartner, the change may be 100 points. With an 8th grade student, the change that you may expect is only 16 points, for example. So they do take that into account for their formula, but the formula still is purely a measure of growth that is not attached to proficiency. So in this slide, you can see in math, our met expected growth, the reds again indicate that we've declined in the number of students that have grown. And we see that decline the most in 4th grade. We have less than 20% of our students grow at the expected rate for this year. And again, that expected rate is supposedly taking into account the current pandemic scores that students are receiving. With ELA, sorry, let me get to my slide notes real quick. We have a similar trend where in comparison with previous years, we're lower than what we were with our students meeting expected growth. Okay. Oh, I missed showing this slide. This was supposed to be in the proficiency section. So just real quick, going back to proficiency, another indicator from the state of that they use to give us points, right, for a letter grade is acceleration for 3rd grade. And that's the number of students that were, very far below that we move out of that category. And so this is showing that that orange line is from, is the percent of students in that category. Obviously, the lower the percent, the better, right? We don't want students at the very bottom. And the blue line is comparing it to AZ Merit and where we were with students that had AZ Merit in 1920. And the yellow there just shows the scores that, or the percentage that increased in the number of students that were minimally proficient. And now going back to growth. So this again is a table of expected growth. This is something that our schools look at often. And this shows by grade level and by school. And you can see, again, we have the colors to help represent the grade levels that, the grade level in schools that grew more in comparison with other grade levels and schools. One thing that you can see in this is that in 8th grade, we have a lot of green, right? It's mostly green in 8th grade. And we also see a lot of green in 3rd grade there, where around 50% of students are meeting that expected growth target. And then we have some grades like 2nd and 4th, where we have a lot fewer students. You see a lot more of the red that are meeting the expected growth. There are only 3 out of every 4 students in 2nd and 4th grade right now. And several other grades are meeting expected. 3 or 4 out of every 10 are meeting expected growth for ELA. And again, another comparison by year. So looking at it by year, we also see again that the gray line is this year, that in most grade levels, we're going down. And this is a little different. This is by student. This is the percent of students. But I think it's also important, again, in talking about equity, to see what that looks like in terms of a class. So this is an indicator that I created to look at how many classes had 50% or more of the students meeting expected growth. And I was able to do that for this year and compare it with previous years because I couldn't just do that indicator and not know how that looks, right, compared with other years, especially with the new indicator. But you can see that the gray line for most grades is below the other 2 lines from the other years, indicating that our classes this year, again, on average, many of our classes are not growing. Our students in those classes aren't growing at the same rate as classes in previous years. And this is another, this is again, that table of grade and school breakdown, but for math this time. And here we see that, you know, we have in K2, you can see there's a lot of green. And in those grades, we're seeing more students meeting the expected growth criteria. But then we see in other grades, especially in 4th grade right now, for math, we've got a challenge with helping our students grow on those grade level standards. Excuse me. So that is my last slide on growth. And so again, I wanted to open up at this point for questions, especially with the discussion around proficiency growth and expected growth and the difference there.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is happening in 2nd grade for expected growth? I think it's slide 22.
In ELA?
Yeah,
That's
that looks different to me. 15%, 18%, and 13%.
Oh, because that's by, sorry. Yeah, because this is by student. So this is just all students in 2nd grade.
Okay.
So just looking at every student in 2nd grade. And in 22, this is looking by class. So I broke it down into classes, and then I created a variable to say if 50% of students in the class met expected growth, then they got, you know, the Y saying yes, that class as a whole, the class or that the students in the class, right, are meeting expected growth. So it's another way of looking at it. Part of the reason why I wanted to look at it this way is because oftentimes you do see disparities based on class. And if we can identify where that's happening and why that's happening, then we can more directly target that versus just saying, well, we know 2nd grade's having an issue, but we don't know if it's necessarily certain classes or if it's just across the whole school or if it's across the whole district. So that's why I created this. And yeah, that's different than what you see here because this is the combined student percentage versus the number of classes meeting 50% expected growth.
Okay, so that's all of the classes. So am I reading that right then? The 2nd grade classes are struggling more than
Yeah.
the other classes?
Yeah,
What
well,
do we attribute that to?
It's a great question, and our schools are working on the root causes, and we'll get back to you on that. Yep. Just for clarification for me, Mr. Lloyd, what this graph is saying to us is that 15% of 2nd grade classes in 18-19 met expected growth, 18% met expected. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And that was meaning I set a bar of 50% expected growth. And so it was saying if 50% of the students in a class met expected growth, then they were on the yes side, right? And if not, they were on the no side. And that's the percentage that you see is the percentage of the classes that were on the yes side.
Okay, thank you. So I guess maybe along with that, I'm wondering if there's some data correlation with our tall, skinny schools. We talk about that a lot. And maybe none of this really will answer that specifically tonight, but I would love to see that specifically those maybe pulled out or the classes that are just one class, and if there's a difference there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That would be, yeah, that's a great task that I can definitely do.
Are there any additional questions?
Yeah, so can you explain again what growth is when you're talking about growth? And then this is, you're talking about class growth right here? Compared to proficiency?
Yep. Yeah, so difference between growth and proficiency. Proficiency, we're talking about meeting a certain level, right, of academic skill. And growth is just saying how much they're moving in terms of their academic level. And so in this case, we're seeing that according to Galileo, that 50% of, or that students in these classes right here, 50% of those students are growing to what they expect, what Galileo is saying they expect students to be growing.
Okay. And then this might be an outlier question, but in terms of, so might be a question for Dr. McLaughlin more so, but what is the correlation between the benchmark data that we have here? And then I don't know what it looks like this year because of the pandemic, but the correlation between benchmark data we see here or in previous years and how it may or may not be tied to Prop 301 money and what teachers receive, if there's a case at all.
Mr. Carrillo, Prop 301 money is tied to teachers' professional development. So it's not tied to any student achievement data.
Okay, so this isn't a requirement on the teacher evaluations?
If you're referring to teachers' performance-based compensation,
Yeah.
the
then
real
yes.
score, yes, this is student achievement. Last year, our real scores were based on, and somebody's going to correct me because I'm going to get this wrong, but we didn't have an AZ merit last year. We didn't have the AZM2. That was the first year we were supposed to take it. So we based our teachers' real scores on the PRG measure, I believe, and that's what we are planning on doing also. And so that is an element within the LOI, within the teacher evaluation observation instrument. So again, it won't be based on student achievement because that would just not be fair last year or this year.
Okay, thank
So we're the measure that they're using is teachers have to show how have my students grown because of this lesson. So here's my pre-assessment, here's my post-assessment, and I've caused this learning for my students because of my instruction. So that's the measure that they are using.
That's awesome because yeah, I wanted to point that out, that it would be unfair to use this in terms of how teachers are evaluating the performance-based pay. And so it's great that you already had that planned out. And then I do support that, basically on their lesson plan growth and proving what the effectiveness of their lesson plan.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so I wanted to share just a few more slides to share some other assessments that we also give, or some data from other assessments. First, this slide, so the state of Arizona has what's called Move On When Reading legislation, termed MOWER, however you want to say it. I've heard it both ways. And so this data is showing how our students are performing with grade level reading. Specifically skills that pertain to their grade levels reading. And so we have this year, because of limitations that we had, we used AIMSweb Plus, a measure for early literacy for our kindergartners and first graders. And then for second and third grade, we used the ELA scores from Galileo. This is data that we have to report. These are data that we have to report to the state. And so we have to fulfill the requirements they have with collecting and data from reliable assessment tools. So you can see here that we have the red again is our percent of students at risk, and we have a high percentage of red across the board, and especially in kindergarten. It's pretty alarming there, where we only have actually 2% of those students that are on grade level with their reading skills. And then you can see for me, it's the left-hand side, the K3 aggregate, where we see about 3/4 of our students are in the red, plus that 12% that aren't quite reading on grade level either. And this is a comparison again from this one, and this time is both those lines are from this year. The fall is the lower line, and the winter is the upper line. And these lines are the percent of students at risk. So we actually want the line to be lower, right? And our blue line, unfortunately, has gone up. across the district at most schools. All the yellow shows all the schools where we have more kids that are at risk now for not reading on grade level than we did when we first started the year. Again, that has to do with not having the same amount of growth this year as previous years with what's happening with instruction, with the pandemic and other factors. This is just information for kindergarten and first grade and broken down again by subgroup so that you can see. I did share the same information for second and third grade for subgroups, but it was with the Galileo because we used Galileo for the reading risk levels. So this is only K1, and you can see again that we have very high percentages of our subgroups. Most of them are above what the district average is of 79%. And yeah, the high risk are those students again that are very far from where we need them to be reading at grade level. And then this is again another indicator. This is basically a combined indicator. When we Move On When Reading requires us to notify parents using specific indicators whether or not their students are at risk. And so we use 3 indicators to determine that. One is whether in K through 3 they were minimally proficient or partially proficient on Galileo. Another for K1 was whether they were high or moderate risk on the Ameswood Plus that you just saw previously. And the third one was we give what's called an oral reading fluency test to see how many words per minute a student can read. And if they're below the 50th percentile, that's another indicator of risk that we use. So this graph is showing with those 3 indicators combined, the number or the percent of students that we have in our district that are at risk K through 3. So in this case, 9 out of 10 of our students received that letter saying your student's at risk for not reading on grade level. And the impact of that for third graders with this legislation is that they could be retained if we don't have some other indicator at some point that shows that they're on grade level. There's also other exemptions to that retention policy within the legislation. I don't have all of them off the top of my head, but if you'd like to know those, Nicole Dillon, our reading specialist, could definitely get that information to you. So this is, I think, again, an important thing that we understand to know where our resources, right, may need to go with looking at some of these data. So that's Ameswood Plus, and we do have another assessment that we do. It's with one of our new curriculum tools that we've adopted called iReady Math, was a personalized math intervention program. And this is a diagnostic. So that's different than a benchmark because diagnostic dives as deep as they can into the student's skills to measure basically starting them at the bottom of the pool, from level 0 all the way up, regardless of grade level. So we can see, are these kids on first grade math, second grade math, even if they're in 8th grade, whereas Galileo doesn't do that. It just tells us how they're doing with 8th grade math if they're an 8th grader, right? So this has been a very useful tool and also helps us see more clearly progress that students are making because it doesn't just measure them on grade level, it looks across all math skills that are components of learning math. So we can see again a big portion of red students, nearly half of our students in the fall, 44% were at risk. And we're seeing that same thing in the winter. One bright spot here though is that we do have more students in that green category that moved from yellow to green, indicating that we have more students that are now performing on grade level with their math skills. So that is good news. And then this slide just shows the growth. So the expected amount of growth, again, I don't know exactly how they calculate their annual typical growth, but according to what they're showing here, we have our students have reached about 13% of the growth that they need for the year. And then you see a breakdown as well into clusters where it shows that over 50% of our students, 52%, made less than 19% of the growth that they need for the year, and then onward from there into those different growth groups. So I just want to end this portion. I do still want to share some about AZM2 preparations, but just with the 3 top takeaways that I have. One is that expected growth at this point is too low to promote proficiency. So the risk for our students not being proficient is going to continue to increase if our district only looks at that expected growth and doesn't do more at looking at growth towards proficiency. The other aspect is that we're really missing on some of our foundational skills that we need to develop in reading, writing, and math. That makes it more difficult for students as they continue on the proficiency spectrum towards more complex content and knowledge and skills. And then the last one is obviously that there is an effect from the pandemic, I believe, that we're seeing that's compounding issues that we already have with equity. And especially for some subgroups that haven't had the same support, obviously, this year as they would in a traditional school year. So that is what I have for this portion before I talk about AZM2. Are there any questions at this point or comments?
Do not have any questions.
All right. And these are not in a slide, but I just wanted to share quickly some of the things we are doing to make sure to be prepared for the state assessment. It's upcoming in April 5th. It is for all students, grades 3 through 8, except there is a minor exception for students that qualify for what's called the alternate assessment. That has to be written into their individualized education plan. So that is a very small percentage of our students. And AZM2, again, assesses ELA and math, and it's broken into reading and writing for ELA, and then there's 2 math sections. The state has mandated that all students be tested in person, and the federal government has not given any waivers for that. And so at this point, they've asked us to share with our students and families how we're going to be doing that and doing that safely for them, whether they've chosen the in-person or the online option. And so we've started that process. We did a robocall and sent a physical letter home to parents in English and Spanish. Thanks to Ms. Linda Jeffries and also Mr. Julio Lopez Hernandez in our printing office for helping with getting those letters out. And then schools will be following that letter with their own letter, making sure, and other communications to make sure that families are aware of what the procedures will be if they're coming from being online, right, to having to test in person. Other students will really follow the procedures that are already in effect at schools. And then another big part of that is documenting, right, that we have communicated and made attempts and making sure that families are aware that we need to test their students and that we'll do so safely. And so we've provided for them a communication log with drop-down menus so that they can mark what types of communication that they've done and given them guidance to, make sure you don't just send 5 emails, because we know a lot of people will never see the email, either it gets buried or they just don't look at email, right? And so schools are working on using their communication channels to reach out to students. And we've also asked that teachers obviously play a big part, because when teachers invite a student, that is, I found to be the most effective way of getting a student or inviting a student to do something like this. So we've got the communication logs out. We also have transportation. We've talked with them. This was before Governor Ducey issued the executive order and created a transportation schedule. That was for all students at the time. It's going to be the same transportation schedule, but now just for online students. we're planning to bring a grade level a day, and it's only 1 or 2 students more a day per campus. So it's not going to, at least at this point, transportation has agreed to continue with that same transportation schedule to provide transportation to any online students that need that. In terms of administration, all students will still be tested in cohorts. So they'll either be tested in their in-person cohort, or the students that are online will have cohorts as well that they'll be tested in, following our safety procedures at the school sites. They will be fed and they'll be provided an extra break because we can do more than 1 testing session in a day. And so we want to minimize the number of times we have to bring them on campus and use that time to try and get students to complete their testing. I've also developed and provided training resources and additional documentation needed. It is all available. We have a district CNI website that we've built and done a lot with this year. There's an AZ state testing webpage with all the trainings listed, the documentation that they need to help them and support them, and then other resources for them. And then we went out to schools, our student success coordinator, Dr. Ilshire, and myself. We went to do site visits, and we developed potential room layouts and ways for students to be safely tested. We've shared that information with pictures and videos and a write-up. And we've also made sure that those materials that we identified that would be necessary for testing have been ordered. And this week we were able to deliver most of those materials to them. And we continue to work. I was meeting with the site testing coordinators on a weekly basis. I was actually supposed to do my last training with them 30 minutes after Governor Ducey made his order. So I haven't met with them since, but I have provided everything asynchronously and follow-up communications. And I've been starting to get the phone calls to say, hey, help from them to make sure that they know what they're doing to prepare their staff to administer the test safely on school campuses. So that's what I have about the AZM2 planning and preparation. Are there any questions regarding that?
I have a question. Can you clarify if we do not test the 85%?
95.
Oh, sorry, 95%.
Yeah.
What happens if we don't reach that?
That is a great question for this year. One of the things that has come from the federal government is they are giving waivers for accountability. I believe at this point, Arizona has submitted their waiver. I don't believe we have an answer yet. If it is approved, then the 95% participation rate from the federal government standpoint is waived. Doesn't necessarily mean that the state doesn't still want us to do that. But at least from the federal standpoint, we're held harmless. I can't say, I couldn't speculate at all at like what the state would do. I imagine at this point they know everybody is doing their best, and so I don't think they're, I can't say what would happen from their standpoint.
Okay.
I know they have, that's one of the reasons why they've asked us to communicate and document all of our communication. So if we come back with a really low test percentage, we can show them, say, hey, this is everything that we did, to make sure that all students had the opportunity. And this is what happened.
Okay. But generally, it's just our letter grade that's tied to it?
Well, so state and federal accountability is typically tied to that.
Okay.
And when I say accountability, that also means all the funding that comes from federal government and the state. So on a normal year, it is not just the A through F letter grade, it's tied to our funding as well. And we would have big, serious consequences potentially if we did not, comply with that 95% in a normal year.
Okay. If Cabinet could keep us updated if we find out more regarding that, I would appreciate it. And then, is it possible to do the AZ Merit remotely? I know it's not allowed, but is it actually possible to do it?
So there isn't a way to do it in mass. From what I've seen, and actually in the manual that they give out, it does say for like some specific cases that it can be done. I haven't heard at all how that actually happens. But yeah, I can say from the manual and what it says in there, but that's not something that they've offered to make known, I think, to the public is how that would actually happen.
Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure if the system even allowed for some way, shape, or form. So I
Right.
appreciate that. And then I guess my last question is, what does all of this look like for next year in terms of what we're going to need? Are we going to need more interventionists? Are we going to, what are we going to do if we're starting at this point next year?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Vink. And we have been exploring all avenues for how do we best use our ESSER funds. So we will come back to you and share what our thoughts are on that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I just have one question. When can we expect a follow-up presentation to look at the comparative data from this benchmark that we just saw to the next one?
The next one. The next one is administered actually during the same window as AZM2, but towards the end of the window. And so we would need to wait at least until after AZM2 is completed, which is May 14th. And then the Galileo, I believe, we're finishing the first week of May, but like I said, because AZM2 is still going on, and then we're also actually trying to do a couple of other assessments for reading and for math. It would probably have to be June.
Yeah, I'm thinking July.
Okay.
Yeah, we usually don't get our AZM2 scores back until July. The real scores, we do get some preliminary data, but the clean data comes in July. So we can get that to you at that time.
Yeah, it would be great to see the comparative data, and then since it's going to be in the summer, if we have the, I guess, path forward for what assessments look like for our future, that would be great to couple them together.
Yeah.
Are there any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, in terms of when AZ Merit raw or clean data comes out, and I know that when the school grades come out, I would like us to think along the lines of communications too. And I know that's something that in Mrs. Jeffrey's field is in profession is the communication that is probably necessary that needs to be aligned with that. Because as a teacher, I always tell myself, like, the school grade doesn't define our teachers, it doesn't define the community, it doesn't define our students. And so I would like to see communication that is aligned with that mindset, because we know that the state gives us these grades, right? But again, it's just fighting a narrative of something that can place a stigma on our schools and on our student population that we serve. And so I do feel like communication is necessary in order to tell our families that too, right? Because many families, when they do look at our schools, they're going to be looking for that letter grade, those who move here. And it's important to let them know that the grade doesn't, again, define our teachers. Our teachers are great. They're doing great work. And our students are doing great. And we see that, and they see that every day in the classroom. And so that's just a comment I have, one comment. And then, and as we end this meeting, is just, I know it's assessments, and these are, as a teacher for our professional developments, and I've been sitting them through them for 7 years. And it's also like, especially today, as a district receiving, as a board member, it is exciting in a way, because also there's a lot to pull out of this, right? From the presenters that we've had present about this work. And I know that a lot of what we talked about is grounded in our Reimagine initiative, which I'm excited about, and it's rooted, and a lot of that can be rooted in our curriculum and instruction, providing curriculum that is engaging, that is anti-racist, that is rooted in community-based projects, challenge-based projects, because a lot of that, as it falls in line with curriculum instruction, will help those assessment scores will come if we provide engaging curriculum for the students that we serve and the population that we serve. And also we provide wraparound services, social work services. I know that once all this falls in line and we continue to be innovative, what's happening at the back end of things and be innovative with reimagining social work, that our assessment scores will get there, right? And so it's again, fighting that culture of over assessing and focusing on just the scores, but really, as you had stated earlier, is the curriculum instruction comes first and the assessment needs to follow that, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Carrillo. I strongly agree that if we can more tightly align, our assessment and instruction and curriculum, that's just going to be better for everyone. It's going to be very, very clear for teachers, how what they're doing impacts their students, and that's what every teacher wants to know, right? Is exactly how what they're doing is changing the lives of the students that they're working with. And I loved what you talked about, the Reimagine initiative. I definitely think our data will help us to do that, and continuing to look at data in ways that helps us to identify the ways that we can, imagine and rethink how we're doing things to help the teachers that are working so hard in our district. So thank you.
Much for your presentation today. It's very informative, gives us a lot to think about, and thank you for everyone who came out today. I think this was the last item on our agenda. Okay. All right. Well, I hope you all have a great night. And we will adjourn the meeting at 9:30 p.m. Thank you.